Chapter 4137. So, let's get started. After Lin Yi told the two women the main points, he immediately let the two women take the best gold elixir and guided their true qi at the same time. Breaking through to the gold elixir stage was a major event, and there was no room for distraction. Even if the two women were beautiful, Lin Yi turned a blind eye to them at the moment. Xianxia and Xianxia had to go through the same process of breaking through to the golden elixir realm, and it was also a perfect breakthrough. The process that Xianxia and Xianxia had to go through was exactly the same as Lin Yi's. Originally, they did not have enough resources to do this, but fortunately, they had Lin Yi as a cheat. Although Lin Yi could not directly promote their strength to the early gold elixir stage, he could share most of the pressure for them in this difficult breakthrough process. What Lin Yi had to do was not only to guide the majestic true qi that erupted from the gold elixir stage for the two women to protect the meridians in their bodies, but also to use the Dan fire to refine the power of the stars for them and use divine sense to gather the power of the sea for them. In other words, the most difficult parts of the process of breaking through to the gold elixir stage were taken care of by Lin Yi for Xianxia and Sydney, and the only thing they had to do was to concentrate on condensing the gold elixir stage in their dantian. 2 days passed in a flash. When Lin Yi finally came out again, the Will of Heaven, who had been guarding the Tiandan pavilion, hurriedly greeted him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi did not say anything. The first thing he did when he came out was to run to the room of Xianxia and Sydney and bring a set of clothes for the two women. After that, looking at the two women blushing and walking out of the retreat room with a little embarrassment, the Will of Heaven couldn't help but grin strangely and said to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, you are really envious of the blessing of having two women. I was wondering what you were going to do with them in such a hurry. You even purposely made the Tiandan pavilion close down. I didn't expect you to be such a playboy." "Big brother Tian, you're thinking too much?" Lin Yi was speechless. He pointed at the two girls and said, "Can't you see the changes in them?" "Change?" The Will of Heaven was stunned when he heard that. When he looked at Xianxia and Sydney again, there was no longer any ridicule in his eyes. Immediately, he became extremely shocked. Gold core early stage? How is this possible? Just 3 days ago, the two women were still immature early stage foundation establishment experts, but after 3 days, they were now genuine early stage gold core experts like Lin. Moreover, the Will of Heaven could faintly sense a strange aura from the two women. Although it was much weaker than Lin Yi's, it was obviously the same. In other words, the two women were also the strongest gold core masters who had a perfect breakthrough. This kind of thing was completely unheard of and unseen. Even though the Will of Heaven was experienced and knowledgeable, he was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He couldn't say a word for a long time. "Lil bro Lin Yi, this is all you're doing? 3 of the strongest golden core stage experts in one go?" Tianxing took a long time to calm down and asked with his mouth agape. Although the miracle happened to Xianxia and Sydney, the Will of Heaven could use his toes to think that this was definitely the work of Lin Yi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two women to do this. There's no other way. If I don't improve their strength, I will always be worried. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Brother, you're going against the natural order." The Will of Heaven could only say one sentence in the end. Although he was very curious about how Lin Yi suddenly improved the strength of the two women to such a terrifying realm, he knew without asking. This was definitely the biggest secret of Lin Yi. The fewer people who knew, the better. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. Before this, he still thought that Xianxia and Sydney served Lin Yi together. Would it be too unfair for them? After all, although Lin Yi was good, the two women were also peerless beauties. No matter where they went, they were the stars surrounding the moon. However, now it seemed that the two of them could follow Lin Yi. Not only did they not feel wronged, but it was also a great blessing for them. Even the Will of Heaven couldn't help but have a ridiculous feeling at this moment. He always thought that he was already amazing and legendary. But compared with this brother Lin Yi, what he did in the past was simply child's play. It was not worth mentioning at all. The word "against the natural order," the Will of Heaven really didn't just exclaim casually. At this moment, he really felt that Lin Yi was really a monster who could go against the natural order. While they were talking, Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang also came to inquire every day as usual. Suddenly, they saw the 3 strongest gold core stage masters of Lin. Their performance was worse than the will of heaven. Their jaws dropped on the spot and they couldn't say a word for a long time. "Monster, you're really a monster. I'm afraid even my master can't compare to you." This was the unanimous conclusion that everyone finally came to. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly at this. He thought to himself, "Your master is my cheap master. If I'm a monster, then isn't he also an old monster?" Since they had successfully come out of seclusion, the business of Tiandan Pavilion naturally reopened. Tian Chan and Sydney then began to be busy again. Sydney was the main manager of the business as usual, while Tian Chan focused on alchemy. Now that her strength had skyrocketed to the early stages of golden elixir, the speed and quality of her elixir concoction, including the success rate, had obviously increased by a large margin compared to before. She even had the chance to concoct 4th-grade elixir. To the heavenly elixir court, which only relied on her and Lin Yi to concoct elixirs, this was naturally good news. As for Lin Yi, he couldn't take care of the business of Tiandan Pavilion for a short time. The reason was very simple. He was busy refining the gathering nascent soul golden elixir for the will of heaven. The will of heaven had the elixir recipe. Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang provided the materials. What Lin Yi had to do was to try to refine the 6th-grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir. This time, as Lin Yi expected, after his strength reached the early stage of gold core, the strength of his true qi was enough to refine the 6th-grade elixir. As for how to refine it, with the divine armament cauldron, an automatic alchemy artifact, Lin Yi didn't need to worry too much. The only thing he had to do was to control the strength of his true qi, so that the divine armament cauldron could control the fire and wait for the alchemy to be completed. After a whole day and night, Lin didn't disappoint everyone. He succeeded in refining a gathering nascent soul golden elixir on his first attempt. When he finally handed it over to the will of heaven, everyone looked at him with eyes that were no longer strange. He could cure the terminal illness of the will of heaven, and he could make 3 of the strongest masters of gold core stage at once. Was it strange that this kind of freak could refine the 6th-grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir? With the 6th-grade gathering nascent soul golden elixir in hand, the will of heaven, who was eager to restore his strength, immediately took it on the spot, and then began to condense the yuaning. Chapter 4138. Lin Yi did not stand by and watch, but followed him into closed-door training, so that he could protect him. After all, according to the will of heaven himself, every time he broke through such a big realm, it was very dangerous, and his meridians might burst. With Lin Yi by his side, he could save him in time, so that it would not lead to another tragedy. In addition, it was definitely a rare experience and reference for anyone to observe someone condensing their nascent soul, especially a legendary master like the will of heaven. When it was Lin Yi's turn in the future, it would be much easier. The difficulty of condensing a nascent soul was countless times more difficult than condensing a gold core. Since ancient times, there were countless masters who were stuck at this threshold. No matter how well prepared they were in advance, the success rate was always so low. However, after all, the will of heaven had condensed successfully before. This time, strictly speaking, it was just to restore his nascent soul, so the difficulty was much lower. Under Lin Yi's protection, he finally successfully condensed his nascent soul. After that, the will of heaven did not choose to come out immediately, but decided to take advantage of the opportunity to restore his peak strength in one fell swoop. After breaking through the threshold of condensing his nascent soul, there was no barrier that could stop the footsteps of the will of heaven. Just a few days later, the will of heaven successfully came out, and his strength had been restored to the peak state of the peak nascent soul stage. With the powerful strength to stand at the top of the heaven stage island again, the will of heaven was now naturally full of confidence. According to his straightforward character, there was no reason to continue to endure the humiliation he suffered last time, so he immediately went to the Island Master's Pavilion again without saying anything. The Island Master's Pavilion was located at the top of the Middle Tripod Mountain. As the name suggested, it was a place that only the Island Master could enter and exit. The Island Master's Pavilion had always been composed of 5 people, 1 Island Master. For Deputy Island Masters. This time, when Tianxing reappeared in the Island Master's Pavilion, the situation was exactly the same as before. The Island Master of the Middle Island still used the reason that he had been absent for too long as an excuse, and did not comment on the matter of him being reinstated as a Deputy Island Master. As for the other 3 Deputy Island Masters, they all found all sorts of excuses and avoided the topic. Everyone, I have never mistreated any of you in the past years. I've never offended you, so why do you have to make things difficult for me on this matter that is perfectly justified? What's in it for you? The Will of Heaven sneered at the 4 Island Masters. Then, without waiting for the 4 of them to speak, the Will of Heaven directly released his peak nascent soul aura without holding back. Everyone's expression changed. They were already surprised when they learned that the Will of Heaven had recovered from his injuries. They thought that no matter how powerful the Will of Heaven was, it would take him at least a few months to recover his full strength. Who would have thought that in just a few days, he would be able to do it? Everyone here, other than Tianxing, were all Xian ascending stage cultivators. If it was any other peak nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't take him seriously at all, but the Will of Heaven was different. This guy couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. The number of Xian ascending stage masters who died in his hands in the past wasn't just 1 or 2. Killing someone with a higher level was a challenge in the eyes of others, but to the Will of Heaven, it was a common occurrence. He couldn't do it just because his level was low. He had to treat it as if it was nothing. At least, in terms of pure combat strength, even if the Will of Heaven wasn't the strongest among them, he was at least in the middle. Including the Middle Island Master, no one here dared to say that they had a 100% chance of winning against him. Facing the Will of Heaven's aura, everyone's expression started to change. Strength determined the right to speak. Before, the Will of Heaven hadn't recovered his full strength, so they didn't take him seriously. But now, they didn't dare to be so arrogant anymore. Everyone looked at each other, and the 3 Vice Island Masters didn't say anything. They all looked at each other. This ball was kicked to the feet of the Middle Island Master. According to the rules, if you don't report to the Island Master's Pavilion for 10 years, in theory, you have already given up your position. Even Zhang Liju, the honorary Island Master, has never not reported for 10 years in a row. The Island Master looked at the Will of Heaven and said in a low voice, "Could it be that you want to change the rules of the Island Master's Pavilion with your own strength?" "I wouldn't dare, but I was heavily injured before, and it wasn't on purpose that I didn't report. Rules are dead, but people are alive. You guys shouldn't be so inconsiderate, right?" The Will of Heaven said angrily. "For 1,000 years, the rules of the Island Master's Pavilion have never been broken. This rule will not be broken in my hands." The Island Master said expressionlessly. The Will of Heaven still wanted to argue, but one of the Vice Island Masters standing not far from him suddenly gave him a look. This person's name was Chu Wendian, and he was the closest to the Will of Heaven. Although they weren't sworn brothers, they got along well, and the key thing was that the 2 of them never had any conflicts, so their relationship had always been good. This problem can't be solved with just a few words. In my opinion, Xing, you should give everyone some time to think about it. Chu Wendian came out to smooth things over. Although the Will of Heaven was unwilling, he still nodded. He wasn't someone who would let things slide, but he could see that the situation wasn't looking good. If he continued to be so stubborn, it would only push the Island Master and the other Vice Island Masters to the opposite side. Once their relationship was strained, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Stepping out of the door, the Will of Heaven was pulled to the side by Chu Wendian. He wanted to understand what was going on. Actually, even if there are rules, Xing, your special situation can be handled differently. Chu Wendian comforted him. The reason why he didn't say anything the last time the Will of Heaven came was because the Will of Heaven's strength was too low at that time. He didn't even have the qualifications to know the inside story, so it would be useless to tell him. But now, the situation was naturally different. I can also guess that something must have happened in the middle. Just tell me what happened behind the scenes. Tianxing waved his hand and said, "All right, then I'll be frank with you. Your position has been targeted by someone. Chu Wendian said with a bitter smile. Who? The will of heaven's eyelids twitched, and he was instantly enraged. Although he had some guesses, he didn't expect that someone would really dare to touch his whiskers. They even wanted to snatch his position as Vice Island Master. Had they forgotten his illustrious achievements in the past? Cultivator College, Aurora Australis, is now the Vice Dean. Chu Wendian said bluntly. He wasn't familiar with Aurora Australis. To him, if his old friend the Will of Heaven could keep his position as Vice Island Master, it would obviously be more beneficial. Chapter 4139. However, that was as far as he could help the Will of Heaven. At most, he could provide some information and sell a favor. He could not openly help the Will of Heaven deal with Southern Aurora Polaris. After all, the Will of Heaven was not that close to him. Southern Aurora Polaris was able to compete for the position of Deputy Island Master, so he was naturally not a weakling. It was obviously not worth it to offend such a powerhouse for the sake of a favor from the Will of Heaven. Southern Aurora Polaris? The eyes of the Will of Heaven could not help but reveal a frightening killing intent. He asked in a deep voice, "Has this matter already been decided?" "Not yet, but it's basically decided internally. All that's left is the final step of holding a meeting and voting. If Xianxia had recovered a few days later, I reckon there would be nothing left for you. After all, from the current situation, the Island Master and the other two all support him." Chu Wendian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his opinion, even if the Will of Heaven's strength had recovered to its peak, it would still be very difficult for him to keep the position of Deputy Island Master. Even if he chose to abstain, the other three, including the Island Master, supported Southern Aurora Polaris. It was easier said than done for the Will of Heaven to change their minds in a short period of time. Moreover, the Will of Heaven had never been a person who was good at making friends. In the past, his relationship with the other three was very ordinary. At this time, he would not lower his head to speak up for them unless the sun rose from the west. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll grant them their wish. The Will of Heaven suddenly sneered. Chu Wendian was stunned and said in surprise, "You plan to give up just like that? It doesn't seem like your usual style, Xianxia. Since they all support Southern Aurora Polaris, what else can I do? I can't possibly force them to change their minds, right? Although I'm confident, I'm not that arrogant. Since that's the case, I might as well grant them their wish. What do you say, old friend?" The Will of Heaven said with an unfathomable expression. "You're right, but no matter how I think about it, I don't think you'll be willing to endure it. Xianxia, what are your plans? There's no need to hide it from me, right?" Chu Wendian looked at the Will of Heaven with a puzzled expression. "It's very simple. If they support Southern Polar Light, then let them support him. However, on the day he takes office, whether or not Southern Polar Light can truly sit on the position of Middle Island's Deputy Island Master will depend on whether or not he has the ability," the Will of Heaven said with a cold gaze. "Don't tell me, you want to challenge him?" Chu Wendian was shocked, and then came to a sudden realization. Heaven Rank Island had always encouraged geniuses to stand out. Even the position of Middle Island's Vice Island Master, who was at the pinnacle of power, could be given to him on the day he took office. Challenge him. However, there was a precondition for this. The challenger's strength must be lower than the predecessors. Otherwise, if it was purely bullying the weak, then the challenger wouldn't be considered a shocking genius expert. Naturally, there was no need to make an exception to promote the challenger. Although this rule had existed since ancient times, there were very few opportunities for it to take effect. After all, those who could compete for the position of Deputy Island Master were the best among the experts of the same level. Even among the experts of the same level, they belonged to the top or even invincible existence. Letting someone whose strength was lower than him challenge him would have even less chance of winning. When that day comes, even the Island Master and the other two won't be able to stop me. The Will of Heaven's eyes were surging with battle intent. After being injured for so many years, he hadn't felt this kind of excitement for a long time. Xianxia, are you sure you want to do this? That Southern Polar Light is a mysterious ascending early-stage expert. Chu Wendian couldn't help but remind him. So what? The number of mysterious ascending stage experts who died in the hands of me, the will of heaven, is not one or two. Do you think I'll be afraid of him? The will of heaven smiled confidently. That's true. You've always regarded challenging above your level as a common thing. Hearing this, Chu Wendian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Now that I think about it, why do I feel that the rules of this challenge are simply tailor-made for you? Things that others couldn't do, when put to the will of heaven, were just child's play. The phrase tailor-made was really not fake. The only thing I'm worried about now is that when the time comes, Southern Polar Light will be thick-skinned and refuse to accept the challenge no matter what. Then I'll really be at my wit's end. The will of heaven said worriedly, "Don't worry about this. If he doesn't accept the challenge face-to-face, then he can't take up the position. Even if he avoids you later and lets him take up the position secretly, it won't be justifiable and he won't be able to convince the public." Chu Wendian laughed and said, "So I believe that no matter who is in his position, it's impossible to avoid the challenge. After all, he's a mysterious ascending stage expert, but he's afraid of you, a nascent soul stage expert. This is too shameful." "I hope so." The will of heaven nodded. Although his battle achievements in the past were shocking, it had been a long time since then, so much time had passed, and the deterrence was already much weaker. And any mysterious ascending stage expert would definitely be extremely arrogant, and would definitely not be willing to lose face easily. For someone like Southern Polar Light who was about to make a name for himself, even if he was afraid of him, he shouldn't be afraid in front of him. A few days later, with the unanimous approval of the Island Master Pavilion, and the support of the forces behind him, the joyous day of Southern Polar Light taking up the position of Middle Island's Deputy Island Master finally arrived. This day was destined to be remembered in history, because this was the first time that someone from the Cultivators Academy had sought the glorious position of the pinnacle of Middle Island's power. The Island Master's Pavilion, which had always been closed to the public, opened its doors for a rare occasion on this day. Almost all the influential figures of all the sects and forces on Central Island were invited to attend, cheering for Southern Aurora Polaris, the new Vice Island Master. Heh, what a grand scene. Lin Yi followed the will of heaven and walked in the crowd. Feeling the powerful aura of the people around him, he couldn't help but sigh. The people who came today were all the top big shots of the various forces. He was an early-stage golden core expert. Although he had a perfect breakthrough and had the potential to become the strongest golden core expert, compared to these super experts who were at the nascent soul stage or even the mysterious ascending stage, he was still too far behind. They were not on the same level at all. It can be seen that this Southern Polar Light's background isn't simple. Otherwise, just based on his title as the Cultivators Academy's Deputy Dean, these people would definitely not come in person. At most, they would send a congratulatory letter over, the will of heaven said lightly. In the past, whether it was him or the other 3 Deputy Island Masters, when they took up their positions, it was far from this exaggerated. Southern Polar Light's vast lineup was even comparable to that of the Island Master. Could it be that Southern Polar Light's other background is the Central Chamber of Commerce? Lin Yi looked at Xianxia, who was chatting cheerfully with Southern Polar Light, and couldn't help but make a guess. Chapter 4140. He truly did not expect that the person competing with Tianxing for the position of Deputy Island Master would actually be Southern Sky Aurora, an old rival that he had interacted with in the secular world. What was even more unexpected was that Southern Sky Aurora was actually in cahoots with Xianxia. This made him involuntarily think of the recently rising Central Chamber of Commerce. As a master in the early stages of the profound ascension stage, Nantian Aurora's senses were extremely sharp. Lin Yi had only glanced at him once, and he immediately sensed it. After carefully identifying Lin Yi's appearance, he was shocked, and his expression changed. Separating the crowd, Southern Polar Light and Xianxia immediately walked in front of Lin. As the protagonist of today's event, Southern Polar Light naturally attracted everyone's attention. "I didn't expect to meet you on such an occasion, Lin. I really don't know if you're unlucky, or if you're just so untactful that you insist on rushing over to let me take care of you." Southern Polar Light sneered at Lin. Previously in the secular world, he already disliked Lin Yi, And he had also heard from Si Haishao about the conflict between Lin Yi and the Nantian brothers. If Lin Yi had hidden far away, it would have been fine, and he would not have bothered to waste energy looking for him. But now that this fellow actually came to his door, how could he not take care of him? Although Southern Polar Light had to take care of his image in the presence of so many pairs of eyes today, it was not a big problem to take care of a small fry like Lin Yi. He could use him as a stepping stone to show his strength. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He was in the early stage of the Gold Core stage, while the other party was in the early stage of the Profound Ascension stage. There was a difference of 2 whole stages. At this moment, it was already very difficult for him to withstand the other party's pressure, not to mention actually fighting. However, in front of Southern Polar Light, even if he knew that he was no match for Lin Yi, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Moreover, there was no need for him to appear on such an occasion. Southern Polar Light's opponent was not him. You haven't taken the position of Deputy Island Master yet, and you're already putting on airs. You're already starting to put on airs. You have quite the style, sir. Tianxing took a step forward, shielding Lin Yi behind him as he sneered at Nantian Aurora. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nantian Aurora suddenly felt the overbearing aura of the will of heaven, causing him to unconsciously take a step back. Then he reacted with anger and shame. He was an expert at the early stage of the profound ascending stage. How could he be afraid of a mere nascent soul-perfected stage cultivator? The will of heaven, this is a personal grudge between me and him. I advise you not to interfere. So as not to invite a snub, Nantian Aurora said with a gloomy expression. Personal grudges? That's too much of a coincidence. There seems to be a personal grudge between you and me. The will of heaven sneered and curled his lips. Are you trying to say that I snatched your position as the Vice Island Master? This is unanimously recognized by the entire Island Master Pavilion. The will of heaven, no matter what, you are a legendary figure of your generation. There's no need for you to act like a resentful woman, right? Nantian Aurora Polaris laughed proudly. Beside him, Si Haishao and the others also chimed in. It was human nature to flatter the strong and trample on the weak. Compared to the loser, the will of heaven, they naturally stood on Nantian Aurora Polaris's side. Especially Ancestor Xianxia, who was hidden in the crowd not far away. He looked over with a sinister smile. He followed Nantian Aurora Polaris and was now a small administrator in the Cultivator Academy. Logically speaking, he could not come to such an occasion, but Nantian Aurora Polaris brought him here to join in the fun. However, he did not have the ability to join in. He could only mingle in the crowd and cheer. Resentment? Hee, you seem to have misunderstood. The will of heaven smiled slightly, but he could not be bothered to continue explaining. In any case, the other party could only be arrogant for a while now. He immediately said coldly, Nantian Aurora Polaris, there's something I have to say first, lest you die without knowing why. Tian-chan is my younger sister, and Lin is my brother-in-law. If you dare to touch even a single hair on him, forget about being a Vice Island Master, I'll make it so that you can't even be a ghost. What arrogance! Nantian Aurora Polaris's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. If it was any other great perfection nascent soul expert, he would have long killed the other party on the spot just because of these words. However, the other party was the will of heaven. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Facing this legendary expert who could instantly kill someone of a higher level, no matter how arrogant he, Nantian Aurora Polaris, was, he still had to think carefully. Looking at Lin Yi, who was behind the will of heaven, Nantian Aurora Polaris could not help but say hatefully in his heart, I'll let you off today. After I find a way to kill the will of heaven, let's see who still dares to support you. Let's see whether you die or not. Under the attention of everyone present, the two parties confronted each other with swords drawn and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. However, in the end, they did not start fighting. Nantian Aurora Polaris let out a cold laugh and immediately turned to leave with Si Haishao. Today was the joyous day of assuming the position of Vice Island Master. Before that, he did not want any accidents to happen. As for the will of heaven and Lin Yi, he had plenty of ways to deal with them in the future. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get what he wanted today. After a while, the entire place quietened down, and the ceremony of assuming the position of Vice Island Master officially began. However, Nantian Aurora Polaris had just taken a step towards the seat that symbolized the position of Vice Island Master, and before he could even touch it, he was stopped by someone. This person was naturally the Will of Heaven. The Will of Heaven, challenged the position of Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Nantian Aurora Polaris, do you dare to fight with me? Under everyone's attention, the Will of Heaven slowly walked out from the crowd. Nantian Aurora Polaris almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had wanted to deal with the Will of Heaven, but he had never thought that he would have to fight to the death with the Will of Heaven at this time. As long as he could succeed in assuming the position, he had 100 ways to kill the Will of Heaven afterward. However, it did not include fighting the Will of Heaven one-on-one. No matter what, even though the Will of Heaven had been seriously injured for so many years, he was still a powerful person with an outstanding reputation. In an instant, everyone's gaze kept moving back and forth between the Will of Heaven and Nantian Aurora Polaris. All of them were discussing spiritedly. They had only come to support Nantian Aurora Polaris, but they did not expect to encounter such a good show. Alright, since you're bent on courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nantian Aurora Polaris could not afford to lose face. He could only grit his teeth and accept the challenge. The powerful aura of an early-stage profound ascension expert immediately poured out without reservation. At least you have some guts. As for whether you'll die or not, we'll only know after we fight. The Will of Heaven smiled faintly and similarly released a powerful aura, resisting Nantian Aurora Polaris as an equal. Upon seeing this, the surrounding people immediately retreated tactfully, each of them revealing an expression as if they were watching a good show. Whether it was Nantian Aurora Polaris or the Will of Heaven, they were both super experts who stood at the peak of Middle Island. Not only did they want to see how strong Nantian Aurora Polaris was, but they also wanted to know how much strength the Will of Heaven, who was rumored to have recovered from his injuries, had recovered. Chapter 4141. The Island Master's Pavilion was located at the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain, and it was already high up in the clouds. Now that Southern Sky Aurora and the Will of Heaven were confronting each other, their auras intertwining, even the sky above everyone's head was changing, as though a storm was about to arrive. The Will of Heaven, I really wonder if you've been injured for too long that even your brain is damaged. Killing someone with a higher cultivation level is just a reputation that's blown out of proportion. Do you really think that you can deal with me with the strength of a mere nascent soul great perfection? You really don't know how to write the word death. Southern Sky Aurora sneered in front of everyone. What's the point of saying so much? Let's just fight. If you don't know how to write the word death, then I can trouble myself to teach you. The Will of Heaven moved his neck and the joints of his hands and feet as he walked straight towards Southern Sky Aurora. Teacher us. Southern Sky Aurora's expression suddenly froze, and his expression became even uglier. With a ferocious expression, he rushed towards the Will of Heaven. His whole body was surrounded by a powerful true chi that seemed to have materialized, constantly changing various moves. One moment it was a palm, the next moment it was a claw, the next moment it was a fist, and there were even various kinds of weapons. Regardless of what ordinary people could think of or not, they could all be found in the materialized true chi. With such unpredictable moves, the bystanders already felt that it was troublesome just by looking at them. Legend has it that Southern Sky Aurora is an expert who cultivates the non-phase divine technique. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. A knowledgeable expert in the crowd exclaimed in admiration. That's right. The non-phase divine technique can copy any martial arts moves. Before being hit by him, it's impossible to even judge which martial arts he is using. It's impossible to guard against him. He's really powerful. Looking at Southern Sky Aurora's moves, he has mastered at least 20 to 30 martial arts. He has been a chancellor in the Cultivator Academy for so many years. It seems that he has put in a lot of hard work. I think the Will of Heaven is in danger this time. Southern Sky Aurora is obviously not an ordinary profound ascension stage expert. If he was at his peak in the past, he might have a chance to wrestle. But now that he has been injured for so many years, his Yuan Qi definitely hasn't recovered. My Yuan Qi must not have recovered, he. As the crowd discussed, the Southern Sky Aurora had already started exchanging blows with the Will of Heaven. In just one exchange, the Will of Heaven was mercilessly engulfed by several dozen powerful martial techniques. Southern Sky Aurora's attack was not one move at a time like everyone had imagined. Instead, it was all at once. He was a profound ascension early-stage expert, so his true Qi reserves were far more abundant than the Will of Heaven's nascent soul great circle. Naturally, he could withstand such consumption. He had not been the Chancellor of the Cultivator Academy for so many years for nothing. Southern Aurora Borealis understood the principle that even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. There was only one reason why so many powerhouses had failed miserably, and that was because they had underestimated the enemy. Although Southern Sky Aurora had never fought with the Will of Heaven before, he did not even need to think to know that the Will of Heaven definitely had some kind of heaven-defying martial technique that allowed him to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. If he was given a chance, he might really succeed in his counterattack. Therefore, the safest method was to suppress him with all his might right from the start, not giving him even the slightest chance. In an instant, the Will of Heaven was completely submerged. Everyone present could not help but look at each other, and their gazes towards Southern Sky Aurora Borealis were a little more fearful. This guy was indeed worthy of being a ruthless person who could compete for the position of Deputy Island Master. Using dozens of martial techniques at the same time, if they were in the Will of Heaven's position. At this time, they would probably be blasted to smithereens. After gaining the upper hand in the first exchange, Southern Sky Aurora's subsequent performance was completely unforgiving. He used dozens of powerful martial techniques to firmly trap the Will of Heaven. From start to finish, this lasted for a full half an incense stick of time. Everyone present could not help but raise their eyebrows. Under the shroud of true Qi, although they could not clearly see the Will of Heaven's current miserable state, they could tell from the continuously collapsing and cracking ground under his feet that even if the Will of Heaven was not dead, he was definitely not far from it. Such a fierce attack would practically kill an ordinary nascent soul great circle expert if they came into contact with it. Even a profound ascension early-stage expert of the same level would not be able to withstand Southern Sky Aurora Borealis's martial techniques. You're not dead yet? If you're not dead yet, open your mouth and beg for mercy. I might be merciful and spare your little life. No matter what, you're a legendary figure of this generation, and you're also the previous Deputy Island Master. If I were to kill you just like that, I'm afraid that others will say that I'm narrow-minded and have no tolerance for others. So, I can consider leaving you a way out, huh? Southern Sky Aurora Borealis laughed wildly, pleased with himself. Everyone else also revealed expressions that they could not bear to look straight at him. Although the Will of Heaven was once awesome for a time, it was now a thing of the past. In front of Southern Sky Aurora Borealis, he simply did not have the ability to retaliate. Leaving me a way out? Do I still have to thank you that day? The Will of Heaven's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone present was instantly bewildered, looking in disbelief at the area in the middle that was being bombarded by dozens of martial techniques. You're actually not dead yet? Southern Sky Aurora Borealis turned pale with fright, subconsciously taking a few steps back. Hee, isn't your question a little too strange? Do you think that these ticklish moves of yours can kill me? Your Excellency, you're looking down on me too much. The Will of Heaven still could not be seen, only his voice could be heard. You're just putting on airs. Do you think you can scare me like this? You're too naive. Southern Sky Aurora Borealis instantly reacted. Then, disregarding everything else, he attacked with all his might, vowing to kill the Will of Heaven in one fell swoop. However, in the next moment, the Will of Heaven merely punched with his bare hands, and his various powerful martial techniques instantly vanished into thin air, as if they had never appeared at all. As for the Will of Heaven's body, not to mention any injuries, not even a speck of dust could be seen on him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Southern Sky Aurora Borealis was so frightened that he retreated continuously. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that the non-phase divine technique that he was so proud of would have no lethality at all against the will of heaven. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, no one would have believed him if he said it out loud. I've said it long ago. The number of profound ascension stage experts that have died in my hands isn't just one or two. As for a profound ascension stage like you, just save it. Before the will of heaven's voice had even faded, he had already punched Southern Sky Aurora Borealis with his bare hands. Boom. There was no sign of any leakage of true chi, nor was there any strange power. However, Southern Sky Aurora Borealis suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a 10,000-ton hammer. He was directly sent flying out of the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain. With a wail, Southern Sky Aurora Borealis was like a kite with a broken string. He directly fell into the sea of clouds outside the mountain peak, disappearing in an instant. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone could not help but look at each other. Their gazes towards the will of heaven were also filled with shock and fear. This turn of events was too sudden and fast. Chapter 41-42. Middle Cauldron Mountain was the highest mountain in Middle Island. The distance between the peak and the ground was at least 3,000 meters. Even a profound ascension expert would not be able to withstand falling down like that. Moreover, Southern Aurora was clearly seriously injured by the punch just now. This the will of heaven was indeed a ruthless character who ran amok in Middle Island back then. A dignified early-stage profound ascension expert was easily defeated by a punch. The name of killing someone with a higher cultivation level was indeed well-deserved. While everyone was shocked, Xianxia, who was originally very close to Southern Aurora, was glanced at by the will of heaven from afar. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He did not dare to stay here any longer and hurriedly led his people down the mountain. Although Southern Aurora was punched down on Middle Cauldron Mountain and was inevitably seriously injured, he might not really die. As long as he could be found in time, there might be a chance of survival. After all, he was an early-stage profound ascension expert. His vitality was much stronger than a cockroach. Among the crowd that followed Xianxia and left in a hurry, Lin Yi was surprised to find the figure of an old rival. It was Patriarch Xianxia. Although Lin Yi was surprised by this sudden discovery, he was not unprepared. After all, Sydney had previously said that Patriarch Xianxia had been transported to Middle Island with them. Previously, when they were in the secular world, Xianxia had been fawning on Southern Aurora in all sorts of ways. Now that he was in Middle Island, it was not strange at all. Moreover, Xianxia was dressed in the same uniform as the others around him. If he was not mistaken, he should be from the Cultivator College. Looking at Xuanxia's back, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth involuntarily curled up. If it were not for the fact that this gathering of big shots was too sensitive, he would definitely make a move to keep him here. However, since he already knew that the other party was from the Cultivator College, it would not be a problem to deal with him next time. Anyway, with Lin Yi's current early-stage golden core strength, Xianxia should no longer be his opponent. The crowd was dead silent for a long time. Under everyone's gaze. Only then did the island master of Middle Island announce helplessly, "The will of heaven succeeded in his challenge. I hereby announce that from today onwards, the will of heaven will return to the position of the Vice Island Master of Middle Island." The crowd instantly burst into an uproar again. Although this was within reason, they had come today with the intention of cheering for Southern Polar Light. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the main character would be changed to the will of heaven. How could they endure this? However, to be able to become the leader of a faction, one had to be extremely powerful. These people were naturally shrewd and thick-skinned. They immediately suppressed their unnaturalness and surrounded the will of heaven to congratulate him. After today's battle, there was no doubt about Tianxing's abilities. As a cultivator at the original completion realm, he was already one of the few who stood at the very top. That, coupled with the fact that he was the Vice Island leader of the Middle Island, meant that no clan dared to provoke him. Even if he couldn't make friends with them, at least he couldn't let the will of heaven bear a grudge because of what happened today. Otherwise, they would be inviting a huge disaster for no reason. However, in the face of these big shots' insincere compliments, the will of heaven simply couldn't be bothered to respond. He directly strode over to Lin Yi, and the two of them shook hands and chatted happily. Big Brother Heaven, we have to celebrate when we go back today. You killed Southern Polar Light in one move. Regaining the position of the Vice Island Master is a joyous occasion. Lin Yi said with a smile. That goes without saying. Let's go back and drink to our heart's content. However, it's all thanks to you, Brother Lin Yi, that I can be where I am today. Today, I have to properly toast to you. The will of heaven said with a hearty laugh. Big Brother Heaven, your words are too serious. I'm nothing more than a logistical support for you. To be able to do this, your strength is the foundation. To be honest, I was really a little worried just now. Lin Yi said with some lingering fear. He was now only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. His eyesight was still not enough to see through such a high-level confrontation. Just now, when the will of heaven was hit head-on by Southern Polar Light, and at first glance, it seemed that he had no power to fight back. His palms were really sweating. Hee brother, you don't have to be surprised. The overbearing power of our creation battle art is not just for show. Crushing those of the same level or even those of a higher level is a very normal thing. Southern Polar Light is just a half-baked profound ascension early stage, so you don't need to pay attention to him at all. When you reach this level, you will know what I mean. The will of heaven explained with a smile. Big Brother Heaven, since you put it like that, I'm really looking forward to it. However, I'm only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm now. I don't know how long I'll have to wait to reach the full circle of the original Soul realm. Lin Yi was both excited and emotional. The higher the realm, the longer the process of training, and the harder it was to break through. It was very normal for people to be stuck at the Gold Core realm for tens or hundreds of years without any progress, not to mention the original Soul realm which was above that. Others might have to wait for God knows how long, but for you, Brother Lin Yi, I dare to bet that it definitely won't take long. The will of heaven said with a face of certainty. After all the things that had happened before, in his eyes, Lin Yi's degree of insanity was even higher than that of the pill god Zhang Liju. If even a freak like him was stuck at the Gold Core and original Soul realm, the will of heaven would rather cut off his head and kick it like a ball. I hope so, then thank you for your auspicious words, Big Brother Heaven. Lin Yi laughed out loud. Looking at the backs of Lin Yi and the will of heaven leaving, the group of big shots, including the Middle Island Master, all had complicated expressions. Only Chu Wenin, who had done the will of heaven a favor, had a relaxed expression at this moment. In the crowd, the grandfather and grandson duo, Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianchu, had even more ugly expressions. They had come today with the intention of watching the will of heaven lose his position as the Vice Island Master, to see him embarrass himself, but they didn't expect such an unexpected turn of events. More importantly, killing Nantian Aurora in one move, such a terrifying and domineering strength, just thinking about it made their hearts heavy. Zheng Dongjue, as the Vice Hall Master of the Dan Hall, couldn't help but tremble in the face of such a monster. I think, let's just forget about the matter with Tianchu. You better not go looking for trouble. This guy, the will of heaven, is an idiot. If you really piss him off, who knows what he will do. When that time comes, even I, your grandfather, can't protect you. Zheng Dongjue sighed helplessly and said faintly. He was speaking the truth. Because he hadn't seen the will of heaven's real strength before, he didn't know how much strength he had recovered, so he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. But now, if he still had this kind of fantasy, then he would really be an idiot. Grandson understands. Zheng Tianchu gritted his teeth unwillingly, but no matter how stupid he wasn't that stupid after all. Zheng Dongjue's words were not alarmist talk. After today's battle, the will of heaven had already become the original legendary expert who ran amok in Middle Island, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky again. If he really dared to provoke Tian Chan, when he was killed by the will of heaven, no one would speak up for him, and Zheng Dongjue would even have to apologize for him. Chapter 41-43. You can't accept it, right? Zheng Dongjue glanced at him and smiled bitterly. I can't accept it either, but there's nothing we can do about it. We have to bow our heads when it's time. But you don't have to be discouraged. As the saying goes, when prosperity reaches its peak, someone will come out to take care of the will of heaven for being so arrogant and overbearing. I'm sure he won't be arrogant for long. When that time comes, you'll be able to follow your heart. Anyway, Tian-chan is our Zheng family's daughter-in-law. No one can take her away from us. Yes, Grandpa, you're the one who sees things clearly. Don't worry, I can endure it. Jing Tianchu nodded heavily. A few days later at the Cultivator Academy. After mobilizing all the people in the academy and a group of experts from the Central Chamber of Commerce, Si Haishao led people to search the vast forest of Middle Cauldron Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights before finally finding Southern Sky Aurora, who had fallen into the quagmire. At this moment, Southern Sky Aurora, the high and mighty early-stage profound ascension expert, had already become a drowned rat on his last breath. If they had found him a few days later, he would probably have become a cold corpse. After receiving a fatal punch from Tianxing, and then being thrown from the peak of the Middle Cauldron Mountain, which was more than 3,000 meters high, it was already a miracle that Southern Aurora Polaris was still able to hold on until now. The tenacity of a mysterious ascension expert's life force was indeed extraordinary. But even so, when Southern Sky Aurora was carried back to the Cultivator Academy, he was still like a dead dog, only 1 step away from death. When he heard this news, Patriarch Black Earth, who was searching elsewhere, immediately rushed to Nantian Aurora's cultivation cave abode. The moment he walked in, he started wailing in grief and indignation. His wails were heart-wrenching and heart-wrenching. Extreme grief. What are you crying for? Si Haishao glanced at him, frowned, and scolded. It's not like he's dead. What are you crying for? This kind of injury is nothing to our Central Chamber of Commerce. We have plenty of spirit jades. No matter how serious the injury is, we can cure it. We can even save the dead. Stop crying for me. His words were like that of a nouveau riche. That's how rich you are. So Di Nantian is fine? Patriarch Xianxia was taken aback. She heaved a sigh of relief, and only then did she bitterly stop crying. Of course it's fine. Otherwise, do you think our Central Chamber of Commerce is useless? Si Haishao smiled proudly. Then he sized up the Black Earth Patriarch and asked, if I remember correctly, the Black Earth Patriarch is the Black Earth Patriarch. You seem to be the follower that old friend Nantian brought here from the secular world. I think he even introduced you to me before? Yes. I didn't expect Manager C to still remember me. I'm truly honored. Patriarch Black Earth nodded repeatedly. When he was in the secular world, he was a high and mighty boss, but when he arrived at the Heavenly Island, he had to change his mindset and behave with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve his ambitions. They wouldn't even live long. Since my old friend Southern Sky thinks so highly of you, then I won't treat you as an outsider. You can stay for a few days. Stay here and serve old friend Nantian, Si Haishao said lightly. Thank you, Manager C. I had the same intention. Patriarch Black Earth Patriarch hurriedly agreed. If he was in the secular world, he would definitely slap the other party to death if he, the boss of the 5 Elements sect, was asked to serve someone else. But at this moment, not only was he not worried at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. Even if he lost to the will of heaven, Nantian Aurora was still the Cultivator Academy's vice dean. He was still a super expert at the mysterious ascension early stage. To be able to have the opportunity to serve such a great figure. To him, it wasn't a matter of being bullied, but a genuine blessing. This kind of rare opportunity couldn't even be begged for normally. Patriarch Black Earth Patriarch believed that as long as he served Nantian Aurora wholeheartedly, he would definitely value him more after he recovered, and he would definitely benefit from it. As it turned out, Si Haixiao's words weren't empty words. Under the treatment of the Central Chamber of Commerce's sacred healing medicine, the dying Nantian Aurora quickly returned from the gates of hell and regained consciousness. Although his injuries were too severe and he couldn't fully recover in a short period of time, at least Nantian Aurora finally regained consciousness and could speak. Manager C, I'm really grateful to you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would've. Nantian Aurora expressed his gratitude with a face full of gratitude. Hee, we're a family, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Old friend Nantian, we're on the same side. Saving you is my duty, and it's something I should do. There's no need to be so courteous with me. Si Haishao immediately shook his head and waved his hand. Sigh, it was supposed to be a great thing, but I didn't expect someone like the will of heaven to appear out of nowhere and ruin our great plan. This is intolerable. Nantan Aurora gritted his teeth and said hatefully. A moment before the challenge from the will of heaven, he was still the glorious Vice Island master of Middle Island. He was riding on the crest of success, but he didn't expect to fall to dust in the blink of an eye. Now, he was probably the laughingstock of the entire Middle Island. I also didn't expect the will of heaven to be so powerful. Even you, old friend Nantian, aren't his match. Didn't you say that he had just recovered from his heavy injuries? How did he recover his strength so quickly? Si Haishao said with a puzzled expression. I also thought it was inconceivable, so I wasn't mentally prepared at all. That's why I was caught off guard by him. Nantan Aurora found an excuse for himself unwillingly, and then said, compared to this, I'm actually more puzzled about how this guy suddenly recovered. His meridians have been injured for so many years, and rumor has it that even Zhang Liju couldn't heal him. I didn't expect him to recover so suddenly. How strange. Right, I've been puzzled about this too. Even our Central Chamber of Commerce's intelligence department couldn't find out about this. They only found out a rough explanation, saying that he was healed by a foreign medicine master. Si Haishao nodded in agreement. When the news of the will of heaven recovering spread out, it had already caused quite a commotion in Middle Island. Such an important figure like the will of heaven would naturally attract the Central Chamber of Commerce's attention. However, Middle Island's alchemy hall was different from ordinary sections. Even they couldn't easily infiltrate it, so they couldn't obtain clear information. Foreign medicine master? The Xianxia elder, who was at the side, froze when he heard this. He suddenly interrupted thoughtfully, if that's the case, I think it's very likely that Lin Yi did it. Didn't he walk together with the will of heaven before? And when he was in the common world, he specialized in repairing meridians. I heard that he's very skilled in medicine. Really? Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were both shocked. The person who could heal the will of heaven had to be a mysterious expert, so they immediately eliminated Lin Yi as a suspect. But now that they heard the Xianxia elder's words, it seemed that it really was possible. R655. Chapter 41-44. Speaking of which, Lin Yi and the will of heaven seem to have only gotten together recently. The timing is just right. Si Haishao nodded. Then it must be Lin Yi without a doubt. Damn it, why is it this kid again? He's not very strong, but he can ruin our plans time and time again. He's simply taking advantage of us. Nantian Aurora said angrily. If it wasn't for Lin Yi, then there wouldn't be Tianxing. Without Tianxing, he would have become the Vice Island master of Middle Island that everyone respected. He wouldn't be lying on the bed with a body full of injuries, becoming a joke to the outside world. Dean Nantian, we can't tolerate this. We can't spoil Lin Yi anymore. If he continues to be so unscrupulous, we must find a chance to deal with him. Patriarch Xianxia suggested with a gloomy face. That's right. This kid is too arrogant. Si Haishao nodded in agreement. The last time he was beaten like a dog at the North Island's Hong Chamber of Commerce, it was actually related to Lin. He had always held a grudge against him. Do you think I don't want to kill that kid? However, we can't do it here openly. The will of heaven is obviously protecting him. If we deal with him like this, it's equivalent to offending that lunatic, the will of heaven. Nantian Aurora said with a frown. The battle at Middle Pinnacle Mountain and the will of heaven had already left a psychological shadow in his heart. He was only at the perfected nascent soul stage, but it made him, a mysterious ascension early stage expert, feel an insurmountable gap in strength. This kind of gap could not be seen, but he was already in despair. Nantian Aurora was undoubtedly a proud person, but even so, he had completely lost the courage to fight with the will of heaven again. In this lifetime, he probably would not be able to win against the will of heaven again. Hearing this, Si Haishao and Patriarch Xianxia fell silent. Even Nantian Aurora was afraid of the will of heaven. Their strength was far inferior. They dared not provoke him. Why don't we do it after Lin Yi returns to the North Island? No matter how powerful the will of heaven is, he can't possibly follow him to the North Island, right? Patriarch Xianxia suddenly suggested. Si Haishao shook his head and said, "That's even worse. That guy also has a backer in the North Island. Shanghai Tianhua, the master of sky-reaching pavilion, is protecting him." Shangguan Tianhua? Just a mere soaring sky pavilion's pavilion master. What's there to be afraid of? Nantian Aurora said disdainfully. With the strength of the will of heaven, there was no doubt that he was already at the top of Nakajima. It was understandable that he was not a match for him, but Nakajima was Najima after all. The strength of a top master was not something that a mere Kitajima could compare to. Old friend Nantian, you are gravely mistaken. Si Haishao shook his head. What do you mean? Nantian Aurora was stunned. Don't think that Shanghai Tianhua is just the pavilion master of sky-reaching pavilion in the North Island. But accurate intelligence shows that as early as 20 years ago, he was already a great perfection profound ascension master. If we really forced him to make a move, killing us would be a piece of cake, Si Haishao said with a wry smile. What? A mere soaring sky pavilion's pavilion master in the North Island is actually almost as strong as the island master? Nantian Aurora was instantly shocked. Patriarch Xianxia, who was beside him, was also extremely shocked. Old friend Nantian, don't underestimate the strength of those big shots outside of Najima. Many of them are unwilling to come to Nakajima. Otherwise, the power structure of Nakajima might not be like this now. Si Haishao reminded him, Shanghai Tianhua rarely makes a move in person. Very few people know of his strength, let alone mention it. If I hadn't been in charge of the intelligence department of the Chamber of Commerce in the North Island recently, I wouldn't have known about these things. This time, Nantian Aurora and Patriarch Xianxia did not know what to say. The terrifying strength of a great perfection profound ascension master. Even compared to a monster like the will of heaven, he was probably stronger and not weaker. Making a move on Lin Yi in his territory was like touching a tiger's butt. Then this, we can't touch Najima. We can't touch Nakajima either, so we really can't touch that kid Lin Yi? Patriarch Xianxia said with a face full of unwillingness. Actually, it's not that there's no way. Si Haishiao's eyes suddenly lit up. We can totally make a move on his way back to Nakajima. He's a disciple of the 3 major pavilions of Najima. Don't think that he'll never go back just because he's in Najima now. Yes, if Lin Yi keeps staying in Nakajima and doesn't go back, he'll be betraying the 3 major pavilions of Nakajima. There'll be no place for him on Heaven Stage Island anymore. Even Shanghai Tianhua can forget about protecting him. So he'll have to go back sooner or later, and the road is the best opportunity. Shopkeeper C, this idea is brilliant. Nantian Aurora and Patriarch Xianxia both agreed. In that case, let's start preparing for this matter as soon as possible. There's only one chance, so we must be well prepared to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Si Haishao nodded, then immediately said, By the way, old friend Nanan, now that you're awake, it's time to meet the owner of our Central Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Okay, this time your Central Chamber of Commerce invested so much for me, but in the end, you messed it up. To tell you the truth, I'm actually perturbed, and I've long wanted to go and offer a humble apology, Nantian Aurora said with some fear and trepidation. The Central Chamber of Commerce was mysterious and unfathomable. The more he interacted with it, the more apprehensive he was of its power. Now that things had messed up, and he was even heavily injured, once he was judged to have lost his value, Nantian Aurora was very worried that the other party would do something detrimental to him. This was also human nature. Hey, old friend Nantian, you're thinking too much. Even horses stumble. No matter how well prepared you are, there'll always be accidents. Our owner has already expressed his stance on this matter, and we don't blame you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you so many healing panaceas to treat your injuries. Si Haishao comforted him with a smile. That's good, that's good. Nantian Aurora heaved a sigh of relief. The next day, Haishao brought Nantian Aurora to the Central Chamber of Commerce's Nakajima headquarters. As Nantian Aurora's follower, Patriarch Xianxia was also brought along. When he arrived at the Central Chamber of Commerce, Nantian Aurora was quickly received by Haishao's so-called owner. It was the mysterious black-robed man who took him in on Naima back then. This person was very strong. Nantian Aurora instantly shuddered. Although he couldn't even see what the other party looked like, Nantian Aurora could be 100% sure that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own just from the aura emanating from the other party's body. The other party was at least an expert above the profound ascension middle stage. He felt that this person's strength was even vaguely similar to the island master of Najima. When this thought popped up, Nantian Aurora was immediately shocked. Looking at the entire Najima, there weren't many profound ascension experts to begin with, and those above the profound ascension middle stage were even rarer. Nantian Aurora had also stayed in the Cultivator Academy for so many years, so he basically knew all the important figures there. However, he had no impression of the person in front of him at all. Chapter 41-45. Nantian Aurora could not help but be secretly shocked. He had already thought highly of the Central Chamber of Commerce, but he did not expect that he had still underestimated it. A newly established Chamber of Commerce actually had such a terrifying super expert. It was simply shocking. I am Nantian Aurora. Greetings, Senior. Nantian Aurora originally wanted to put on the airs of a mysterious ascension early-stage expert, but now that he saw this mysterious person, he did not dare to put on airs and immediately greeted him respectfully. Although he could not see the person's face, he thought that since the other party's strength was so high, the other party's age was definitely far above his own. It was not a loss to call him Senior. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. No need to stand on ceremony. Sit, the mysterious person replied indifferently. Nantian Aurora hurriedly nodded in thanks and sat opposite the mysterious person. Haishao sat beside him. As for Patriarch Black Earth who came with them, he did not have the qualifications to meet the mysterious person and was directly left outside the door. Although the will of heaven interfered in the competition for the position of Deputy Island Master this time and caused me to die prematurely, I still think highly of your strength. So, I'm prepared to personally invite you to join our center. Are you willing? The mysterious person went straight to the point. I am indebted to Senior's great kindness. I cannot be more grateful. The reason why I have my current position is inseparable from the Central Chamber of Commerce's strong support. Since Senior has spoken, I should not refuse. However, I am now the Cultivator Academy's Deputy Dean. If I join the Central Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Academy. Nantian Aurora pretended to smile bitterly. Before coming here, he had already expected the other party to ask this question. So, he had already thought of an excuse in advance. Although he, Nantian Aurora, needed the Central Chamber of Commerce's support, he was not willing to join just like that. This was a completely different concept. Now, they were only in a cooperative relationship, and everyone was equal. However, if he agreed to join the Central Chamber of Commerce, he would become the other party's subordinate in the future. He would definitely be subjected to all sorts of restrictions. Nantian Aurora was still very clear on this point. That's fine. If you join our center, we will give you a secret identity that will not be made public. Naturally, there will not be any trouble with the Cultivator Academy. As for your position and treatment here in the future, you do not have to worry. You will definitely be satisfied, the mysterious person said indifferently. This time, Southern Polar Light didn't know how to refuse. Seeing Haishao repeatedly signaling him with his eyes to agree, he knew that if he continued to refuse, he would lose face. If he really angered this mysterious person, not only would the Central Chamber of Commerce no longer be allies in the future, but they would also become enemies. That would be big trouble. I will respectfully accept. Nantian Aurora immediately nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that he would only be joining in private anyway, and the outside world did not know of his relationship with the Central Chamber of Commerce. He could also go back on his word and refuse to admit it. Very good. In that case, eat this pill. In the future, you will be one of us, said the mysterious man as he placed a medicinal pill before Nantian Aurora. He even needed to take medicine. Nantian Aurora's eyelids twitched. This was completely different from what he had expected. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. The pill in front of him was definitely poison. Once he consumed it, he would never be able to escape the control of this mysterious person in the future. For a moment, Southern Polar Light couldn't help but want to flick his sleeves and leave. At the end of the day, he and the Central Chamber of Commerce were only using each other. He had never thought of becoming a puppet controlled by the Central Chamber of Commerce. However, the powerful aura of the mysterious person in front of him was so oppressive that he didn't dare to move at all. Nantian Aurora even suspected that if he dared to refuse, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. He didn't dare to leave, and he didn't want to agree. Instantly, Nantian Aurora was in a dilemma. In an instant, sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and his entire back was completely drenched. What? You're not willing? The mysterious person's voice had an additional trace of unfriendliness. He didn't release an earth-shattering aura, but it made Nantian Aurora, a mysterious Ascension early-stage expert, so scared that he couldn't breathe. Old friend Nanton, hurry up and eat it. We definitely won't harm you. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was at the side, hurriedly chimed in. There will only be returns if you put in the effort. If you want to obtain higher power and status, you naturally have to show your sincerity. Otherwise, how could the Central Chamber of Commerce invest so much in you? Don't you think so? One was coercion, and the other was enticement. Nantian Aurora had no choice but to agree. Moreover, it was indeed as Xianxia had said. During this period of time, he had already witnessed the enormous power of the Central Chamber of Commerce. He was deeply aware of how terrifying and astonishing it was. If he could obtain its full support, regardless of the cost, just the thought of that scene made him excited and fascinated. In the end, Nantian Aurora gritted his teeth, picked up the pill on the table and ate it. He had no choice. If he didn't eat it, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. But from now on, you're one of us. Don't worry, the Central Chamber of Commerce will never mistreat one of us. The mysterious person smiled in satisfaction. What should this subordinate do next? Senior, please tell me. Nantian Aurora respectfully asked. Nantian Aurora was a sensible person. Since he had already taken the pill, he knew that it was already impossible for him to go back on his word. Instead, he might as well lower his stance and serve this mysterious person well. This way, he would be able to obtain even greater benefits in the future. Since you failed in the competition for the position of Deputy Island Head of Middle Island this time, find another opportunity next time. What you need to do now is to lay low in the Cultivator Academy, gain a firm foothold, and think of a way to fight for the position of Deputy Dean. As for other matters, we'll decide on them after that, the mysterious person instructed. Yes, I'll obey Senior's instructions. Nantian Aurora immediately accepted the order. Since he was unable to compete for the position of Deputy Island Head of Middle Island in the short term, it was not a bad idea to first obtain the position of Deputy Dean of the Cultivator Academy. He believed that with the Central Chamber of Commerce as his backing, this step would definitely be a piece of cake. Coming out of the mysterious person's room, Nantian Aurora felt as if he had just gone through a sauna. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He turned his head and looked at the tightly shut door, filled with lingering fear. Luckily, he was sensible enough just now. If he had said anything wrong, he might already be a corpse by now. Since Nantian Aurora's side had been settled, Patriarch Black Earth, who was guarding outside the door, naturally joined the Central Chamber of Commerce. However, he was different from a core figure like Nantian Aurora, who was highly valued. Even if he had taken the pill, he could only be considered an outer member. In the future, he would still be Nantian Aurora's subordinate. In order to celebrate the two of them joining the Central Chamber of Commerce, Xianxia specially got someone to prepare a private room. A table of good dishes was laid out, and the three of them drank and chatted merrily. Chapter 41-46. Shopkeeper C, you are the shopkeeper of the North Island branch, and you are also in charge of the intelligence department. You must be very familiar with the situation on the North Island. I want to ask about someone. Do you have any impression of him? Patriarch Xianxia asked as he poured wine for the two of them. Oh, we are family. Xianxia, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, Si Haishao promised. I have a disciple in the secular world. This time, he was also teleported to Heaven Stage Island with me, but he didn't come to Middle Island. So, I want to ask you if he was teleported to the North Island. His name is Kong Ming Ming, Patriarch Xianxia probed. Kong Ming Ming? So, he is your disciple, Xianxia. What a coincidence. To tell you the truth, this kid was recruited by me a while ago. Now, he is also an outer member of our center. If I had known about this, I would have taken good care of him. Si Haishao promised with a smile. He is really on the North Island. That's great. Thank you for your care, Shopkeeper C. Come, let me propose a toast to you on behalf of my disciple. Patriarch Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly toasted Si Haishao. Well said, well said. Old friend Nantian, come with me. Seeing how much the boss values you today, you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. At that time, don't forget about your old friend. Si Haishao turned his head and said with a smile. Same to you. We are in the same boat. No one can forget the other. Nandan Aurora laughed, and the three of them immediately drank their wine. Middle Island, Snow Sword Faction. More than half a month had passed since the auction in Middle Island. The entire faction was focused on hunting Wufu Ling Yi, but there was still no news of him. This person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. After so many days, not a single person had seen him, let alone caught him. Although the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction were angry, they could only give up for the time being. As for Wei Shenjin, now he had barely recovered enough to get out of bed and move, but the meridians in his body could not be healed. Naturally, he did not have the strength of the early stage of Gold Core. Now he was almost no different from an ordinary person. No matter how much attention he had received in the past as a core disciple, he had now become an ordinary person without any strength. The Snow Sword School could no longer focus on him. Since he could not heal his injuries, wasting more medicinal ingredients would be pointless. He had already been completely abandoned by the higher-ups of the school. In the room, there was a man and two women with messy clothes. They were none other than Wei Shenjin, Siduqian, and their maid, Little Chihuahua. Wei Shenjin couldn't accept such a cruel reality. He didn't dare to go out and could only numb himself by having fun day and night. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured to the point of insanity by the gloating gazes of his fellow disciples. However, even on the bed, because of his injuries, it was very difficult for him to find his masculinity. He was no longer the same as before. Why is it so short this time? He hasn't had enough yet. Useless. Siduqian got up from the bed in disgust and said unhappily. The maidservant, Little Chihuahua, also had a bitter expression on her face. Back then, when she had just gotten married, Little Chihuahua had a bitter expression on her face. When Wei Shenjin was a vigorous dragon and fierce tiger, he was more than enough to serve the two of them. But now, he couldn't even satisfy Siduqian. It was just the beginning and it was already impossible for her, the little maid, to satisfy him. These days, she was simply suffocated. Being looked at by the two women with such disgust, Wei Shenjin couldn't help but feel depressed. His meridians were damaged, which naturally affected him in this aspect. Moreover, he had not yet recovered, and his body was not even as good as an ordinary person. Siduqian and Little Chihuahua were very demanding in this aspect. He simply couldn't do anything about it. Looking at Wei Shenjin's cowardly appearance, the disgust in Siduqian's eyes became even more intense. When Wei Shenjin was injured, she didn't think too much about it. Not only was she busy taking care of him every day, but she was also responsible for comforting him. She could be considered to be doing her best. But now, as time passed, she began to gradually become impatient. She was originally a slut. She had admired Wei Shenjin's strength, so she tried every means possible to be with him. But now, Wei Shenjin had been abandoned by the sect's higher-ups and had become a complete cripple. There was no hope of him recovering. The little bit of admiration in Situ Qian's heart had long disappeared, replaced by a stronger and stronger disgust. Forget it, I'm going to cultivate. Situ Qian couldn't be bothered with this trash anymore. She gave little Chihuahua a look, and the master and maid put on their clothes. Immediately, they swayed their waists and pushed the door open. Cultivate. Wei Shunjin couldn't help but be stunned. In his impression, Situ Qian had never been such a motivated person. It was rare for her to take the initiative to cultivate. Today, the sun rose from the west. The room suddenly became empty, leaving Wei Shunjin alone and sad. He stared at the yellow autumn scenery outside the window, lost in thought. The will of heaven had recovered his strength and became the deputy island owner of Middle Island. The business in Tiandan Pavilion had also been on the right track. Tian Chan and Sydney both had a foothold. For Lin Yi, the matters in Middle Island were basically almost settled. Counting the days, it had been a month. This unexpected trip to Middle Island should be over. Otherwise, if it continued to drag on here, Lin Yi couldn't guarantee what would happen in North Island. However, before leaving, Lin Yi began to refine elixirs with all his strength. He wanted to reserve more elixirs for Tiandan Pavilion. Although Tian Chan's strength had skyrocketed and her efficiency in refining elixirs had greatly improved, it seemed that she could support the daily turnover of Tiandan Pavilion. However, the business of Tiandan Pavilion was still growing. If it continued to develop like this, it wouldn't take long for it to exceed the ability of Tian Chan. Lin Yi had to prepare early. Of course, he could continue to refine elixirs after he went back. At that time, he could ask Hong Zhong to help him regularly. However, in addition to the business of Tiandan Pavilion, what Lin Yi couldn't let go of the most was Tian Chan and Sydney. Although the strength of the two women had now reached the early stage of gold core, and they had the protection of powerful figures such as the Will of Heaven, there was no need to worry too much about their safety. However, Lin Yi was still reluctant to separate from the two women. It was not easy for them to reunite in this Middle Island. Now they had to separate again. No matter who it was, they would be reluctant, especially when the two women were beautiful confidants. After all, Lin Yi was not an eminent monk who had no worldly desires. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at all to stay with such two stunning beauties every day. Chapter 41-47. During this period of time, Lin Yi's heart had been moved many times, and Tian Chan and Sydney had long since prepared to marry him, but at the last moment, Lin Yi would always stop in time. It wasn't that he had any psychological barriers, and it wasn't because he had any problems in that area that he couldn't talk about. The reason why he was able to control himself was because of that one time when he was drunk, the ghost suddenly appeared and said something. The creation battle art is a traditional morality heart technique. At least before the mysterious ascension stage, you must not touch women. Otherwise, it will cause the flow of true qi in your meridians to reverse. Every time you do it, it will accelerate the flow of true qi in your meridians. When you do it too many times, you will definitely die from the reverse flow of true qi in your meridians. It's that scary? Lin Yi was shocked. Think about it. If you cultivate the mental cultivation method backwards, what will happen to you? I'm not trying to scare you, there's a precedent of this on Sky Class Island before, the ghost laughed. All right. Only then did Lin Yi suppress the fire in his heart. He thought that the art of dragon mastery was a universal practitioner's art, and this heaven's fortune battle art that he'd modified. He probably wouldn't die even if he practiced it backwards, right? Of course, this was just a thought. Lin Yi wasn't that bored to the point where he'd go against the flow. After all, this wasn't a joke. If he guessed wrongly, the consequences would be that he'd go mad, or he'd die on the spot. It was because of this episode that Lin Yi was able to control himself and didn't eat the two girls, leaving it for the future. Other than Tian Chan and Sydney, Lin Yi had another unfulfilled wish, and that was the cheap master that he had never met, the pill god Zhang Liju. Lin Yi thought that he would be able to meet Zhang Liju sooner or later, but he didn't expect that this cheap master of his never showed up at all. He didn't even know where Zhang Liju went, let alone meet him. In this period of time, Lin Yi had asked Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang, his two disciples, to try and contact Zhang Liju, but there was no reply. Left without a choice, Lin Yi could only start preparing to return to the North Island. As for meeting Zhang Liju, that would have to wait for another day. While preparing to deal with the aftermath before leaving, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Recalling the original intention of this trip, he suddenly felt a sense of impermanence. Originally, he was just going to Hutsai Mountain to look for the life mushroom, but he didn't expect to be injured by the Golden Core Middle Phase Master, and then brought to Middle Island by Sidu Qian. After that, a series of unexpected events happened. The saying that fate played tricks on people was indeed true. Thinking about Sidu Qian, Lin Yi couldn't help but hesitate. This woman was the source of Sydney's misery for half a year. Just like Wei Shenjin, he had long since made up his mind to get rid of her. However, now that he had crippled Wei Shenjin, this woman was the only one left. She was no longer a threat to Sydney. After all, she had the protection of the great god, the will of heaven. Even if Sydney's identity was exposed, he believed that the Snow Sword faction wouldn't dare do anything to Sydney. However, leaving this woman alive was still a hidden danger. Lin Yi was now wondering if he could get rid of this danger completely before he left. Although there was a lot of risk in killing Sidu Qian, it was the same as dealing with Wei Shenjin. He could use Wufu Ling Yi's identity as a scapegoat. This way, it wouldn't affect Tiandan Pavilion. Of course, no matter what, the Snow Sword faction was one of the few big factions on Middle Island. Even if Lin Yi was an early-stage gold core expert, and even had the terrifying potential to become the strongest gold core expert, it was still too arrogant for him to kill Sidu Qian. Especially during this period of time, the Snow Sword faction was still searching for Wufu Ling Yi. If he wanted to make a move, he would have to find an excellent opportunity. While Lin Yi was assessing the risk, the whereabouts of Sidu Qian, who was his target, became more and more strange in the past few days. It even aroused the suspicion of Wei Shenjin. Before this, Sidu Qian and her maid, Little Chihuahua, would often stay in the room to accompany him. However, in the past few days, the master and maid stayed in the room less and less. They never said anything when they went out. However, every time they came back, Wei Shenjin would find that the two of them had a rosy complexion and were in high spirits. They were like fresh flowers that had been moisturized. As for their sexual affairs, they never mentioned it again after the last time. This made Wei Shenjin very surprised. Whether it was Situ Qian or Little Chihuahua, they were both women with extremely strong sexual needs. A few days ago, they had been complaining about this matter, but now, they simply did not mention it at all. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there must be something fishy about it. Wei Shenjin could not help but ask about their whereabouts several times. However, the answer he got from Situ Qian was that they had gone to cultivate. This answer was something that Wei Shenjin did not believe at all. According to Situ Qian's usual temperament, it was already the sun rising from the west if she occasionally took the initiative to cultivate. It was simply impossible for her to cultivate for several days in a row. However, Situ Qian did not want to talk about it. It was futile for Wei Shenjin to ask any more questions. He could only continue to suppress his doubts in the bottom of his heart. On this day, just like the previous few days, Sidu Qian and her maid Little Chihuahua went out early, leaving Wei Shenjin to rest alone in his room. It was not until late at night that the sound of their footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Miss, Senior Brother Ma is really brave today. The Central Chamber of Commerce's medicine is really overbearing. He has been serving us sisters for several hours in a row, but he is still so brave. This was the voice of the maid Little Chihuahua. Her voice was obviously a bit louder than usual. Moreover, she sounded a bit drunk. It seemed like she had drunk a lot of alcohol. Yes, today was really too exciting. That Wei Shenjin is getting worse and worse. He shouldn't have killed all those male pets. It's such a pity to keep a few of them alive. Now, we can only look for Senior Brother Ma to satisfy our cravings. Sidu Qian said with a drunken smile. That's true. Senior Brother Ma is really brave, and we are also very satisfied with him. However, his appearance is too ordinary. It's a bit disgusting to look at him from the front. He is not as pleasing to the eyes as those male pets of ours. Little Chihuahua also said regretfully. Hearing the words that came from outside the door, Wei Shenjin was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He was so angry that he could not wait to take out his sword and cut this bitch in half. He had long suspected that there was something going on between the two women. Previously, he thought that the two women were just comforting each other. Although it was a bit embarrassing, his body was weak, so he could only turn a blind eye to it. However, he did not expect that the two women had actually gone to find a wild man and made him wear a big green hat. R1152. Chapter 41-48. Especially when this person was senior brother Ma. One had to know that this person had once been disfigured and was one of the ugliest people in the entire Snow Sword faction. Yet, these two women had actually gone to look for him. They were fucking shameless. What made Wei Shenjin even more angry and surprised was that these two women actually had a male pet in the past. Wasn't it their first time? And they had indeed witnessed their wedding night. How could they have a male pet? For any healthy man, the most intolerable thing was that his woman had cheated on him. He could wear any hat, but he could not be cuckolded. Suddenly hearing the truth from the two women, Wei Shenjin felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He could not care less about his weak and unhealed body. His first reaction was to raise his sword and kill them. However, as soon as he reached the door, he heard the approaching footsteps of the two women and their shameless laughter. He felt the ice-cold sensation from the snow sword in his hand. Wei Shenjin, who had flown into a rage out of humiliation, suddenly became a little more clear-headed. He was now a powerless cripple, not a highly regarded core disciple. Not to mention the fact that he could not defeat Sidu Qian, just the fact that Sidu Qian was the granddaughter of an elder was enough to suppress him to the point that he did not dare to move. If he could, he would definitely rush out and hack these two women to death. However, all of this was just wishful thinking. He had to force himself to calm down and not make a move for the time being. Although the words he had heard just now were enough to let him know the truth, it could not be considered as irrefutable evidence. With his current situation, if he wanted to clean up the Snow Sword faction, he had to first obtain irrefutable evidence. At the very least, he had to make Situ Qian, the bitch, unable to defend herself. Wei Shenjin suppressed his anger and immediately turned back to the bed, pretending to be asleep. When Sidu Qian and little Chihua opened the door reeking of alcohol, he pretended to have just woken up. "Junior sister, you are back. You must be tired from today's training. Come, sit down and rest for a while. Senior brother will get you some hot water to take a bath." Wei Shenjin suppressed the disgust in his heart and forced a smile. Situ Qian and little Chihua couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. Fetching water was usually done by the servants. Even if Wei Shenjin bathed himself, he would never fetch water himself. Even after he was injured and became a cripple, this had never changed. Today was the first time Wei Shenjin did something like this. "All right then, don't be too hot. I like warm water." Situ Qian nodded. She had thought that Wei Shenjin had finally come to terms with reality. His attitude had changed from a superior core disciple to a useless person. A cripple with no strength and no status, what else could he do other than serving others? Looking at Wei Shenjin busily fetching water for her, Sidu Qian could not help but raise her eyebrows. Recently, she had been in cahoots with senior brother Ma. Wei Shenjin, her useless husband, had become an absolute burden in her eyes. Not only was he useless, but he was also a hindrance. She had even begun to ponder about it. Do I need to do something? I might as well just kill Wei Shenjin. Anyway, the sect had already given up on him. She could just find an excuse of a relapse of his injury and no one would come to investigate. At that time, she would no longer have to worry about this trash and would be able to fool around with senior brother Ma. However, seeing that Wei Shenjin was so sensible, Sidu Qian's killing intent disappeared a little. The killing intent in Sidu Qian's heart dissipated a little. If this guy could see the truth and change his attitude, it would not be impossible for her to keep him. After all, she could just order him around as a servant and it would not be a problem. After a while, Wei Shenjin had fetched the water and deliberately adjusted the temperature to Sidu Qian's favorite temperature. Not only that, he even lowered his status and personally helped Sidu Qian bathe, massaging her shoulders and scrubbing her back. Sidu Qian was overjoyed. "Not bad. You did well today. I will reward you tonight. Situ Qian nodded with satisfaction. She had the attitude of a superior queen. It seemed that letting Wei Shenjin sleep with her once was already a great grace. Good, good. Although Wei Shenjin felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly, he still pretended to be overjoyed. Before he obtained conclusive evidence, he could not let this bitch have the slightest doubt. This time, because Wei Shenjin's heart was filled with disgust, he did not feel happy at all. However, this caused the time to be significantly longer than before, which greatly surprised Situ Qian. Even her maid, little Chihuahua, was able to benefit from it. During the day, they fooled around with senior brother Ma, and at night when they came back, Wei Shenjin worked so hard. Situ Qian and little Chihuahua felt like they had returned to the past. But at that time, they had kept several male pets, which was why they were so satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Wei Shenjin, this cripple, still had some use. He could do the work of a servant, and he could also be ordered around as a male pet. It was good to keep him like this. Feeling satisfied, Situ Qian showed a rare act of kindness and fell into a deep sleep with little Chihuahua, their clothes disheveled and their limbs tangled together. Listening to the breathing of the two women gradually become stable, and after confirming that they were completely asleep, Wei Shenjin cursed the two bitches in his heart. He then gritted his teeth and tiptoed out of the bed. Pulling open the screen, Wei Shenjin walked into a compartment next to it. This was the room that Situ Qian used to freshen up and put on makeup. It was also her most private place. If it was before, Wei Shenjin would not even bother to look at it, let alone deliberately walk in. But now, he had to look carefully. Maybe there was something hidden in it. At a glance, the dressing table and the cabinet were filled with women's rouge and face powder. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. However, the paper could not cover the fire. Wei Shenjin only casually flipped through it a few times, and what he saw next completely shocked him. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with filthy things. There were enough of them to fill a large box, and all of them were filthy things used to increase sexual pleasure. If it was before he was injured, Situ Qian would still be careful. These things would definitely be well hidden, and he would not be able to find them so easily. But these days, Situ Qian had obviously begun to not put him, her real husband, in her eyes. Naturally, she was not so vigilant in this aspect. Looking at the things in front of him, Wei Shenjin suddenly clenched his teeth in anger. His body trembled and he could not help but curse, "Bitch." He really did not expect that Situ Qian, the granddaughter of a dignified elder of the Snow Sword faction, would be such a shameless thing. Looking at the logo, Wei Shenjin could not help but be stunned. They were all the logos of the Central Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the pile of props, there were also many drugs for men and women. Chapter 41-49. Wei Shenjin was so angry that his head was buzzing. However, before he could explode, an exquisite box caught his attention. Artificial membrane? Wei Shenjin did not understand. He read the description carefully and finally understood. Blood rushed to his head and he almost fainted on the spot. The two artificial membranes had already been used. All that was left were the two outer wrappers. He finally understood everything. Bitch, bitch, bitch. If I don't kill you, I, Wei Shenjin, am not a human. Wei Shenjin's eyes were spitting fire. He turned around and walked towards the two women who were sleeping soundly on the bed with his snow sword in hand. He had completely lost all sense of reason. In any case, he was already a cripple with no hope of recovery. If he continued to wear this big green hat, then what was the point of him living? In Wei Shenjin's mind, all the hatred he had for Ling Yi had been transferred to Situ Qian and her servant. From what he could see, what happened between Sydney and Ling Yi was a trap set up by Situ Qian. She had purposely framed Sydney and Ling Yi so that he would take the bait and marry her. This woman was too cunning. That was the truth. Wei Shenjin was not stupid. Now that he thought about it, there was something fishy about what had happened. Now, he had finally found the real answer. Situ Qian, you must die today. Carrying his snow sword, Wei Shenjin walked to the bed. His face was filled with murderous intent. He knew that if he were to kill her tonight, he would not be able to escape death. However, he could not care less. Even if he were to die, he would make these two bitches his scapegoats and cut them into 1,000 pieces. However, just as Wei Shenjin was about to kill her, Sidu Qian, who was lying on the bed in a disheveled state, seemed to have sensed something. She turned around in a daze. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? Sidu Qian opened her sleepy eyes and mumbled to Wei Shenjin, who was standing in front of the bed. Wei Shenjin was startled. Only then did he remember that his opponent was not a cripple like him, but a consummation foundation establishment expert. His perception was very sharp. Furthermore, his snow sword was forged from 1,000-year-old frost iron. Even if he did not use the snow sword school's core martial techniques and just drew the sword from the scabbard, he would not be able to sense anything. That would also cause the surrounding temperature to plummet, which was why Sidu Qian had woken up. Fortunately, Sidu Qian had drunk too much and had been fooling around for days and nights. Although she was subconsciously awakened by the cold air, she was not fully awake yet. She could only mutter in a daze. Even if Wei Shenjin wanted to perish together with Sidu Qian, Wei Shenjin knew that he could not kill her now that she had woken up. He could only temporarily find an excuse to fool them and wait for the next opportunity. Oh, it's nothing. Wei Shenjin hurriedly put Snow Sword to the side without batting an eyelid, pretending to be impatient. He swallowed his saliva and said to Sidu Qian, "Qin, you're too beautiful, so I wanna do it again? I don't think I gave you any medicine. Why are you so fierce today? You've improved a lot. Come on, I'll make an exception and reward you again." Sidu Qian's attention was indeed diverted. She immediately twisted her body and urged Wei Shenjin to hurry up. She had always been open to such things. Wei Shenjin was relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly rushed up, but his eyes were cold and gloomy. In the Cultivators' College, Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and Ancestor Xianxia gathered together to discuss how to deal with Lin. Although they had already made up their minds to take action on Lin Yi's way back to the North Island, it was the best opportunity for them. However, there was still a lot of risk. With their strength, killing Lin Yi would not be a problem. The real problem was what would happen next. What they had to worry about was whether Lin Yi's death would anger the will of heaven and Shanghai Tianhua in the North Island. One of them was in the Middle Island, and the other was in the North Island. Once the news got out, it would be easy for anyone to kill them, unless they hid in the Central Chamber of Commerce and never came out to do business. In that case, the mysterious man could save their lives. Killing Lin Yi isn't difficult at all. The difficult part is how to ensure that we don't get involved and leave no clues. That's the key. Si Haishao pinched his chin and frowned. Indeed, that old thing Tianxing is too ferocious. If he were to find out that we killed Lin Yi with his lawless nature as a madman, he might just kill everyone in the Cultivator Academy. With that explosive power of his, apart from the dean, no one would be able to stop him. Nantian Aurora nodded with lingering fear. If we all cover our faces and are a little more careful, there shouldn't be any clues left, right? Even if he's powerful, he's not a god. He can't be omniscient and omnipotent, right? Ancestor Xianxia could not help but say. In his opinion, Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were a little too careful in this matter. The higher one's status was, the more timid they were. As long as they masked their faces and made a move, how would the will of heaven know that they were the ones who did it? The will of heaven is indeed not a god, and he's not omniscient and omnipotent, but with his level and ability, it's a piece of cake for him to find out anything. Xianxia, have you forgotten the identity of the will of heaven? Nantian Aurora glanced at him and said, "Identity." Ancestor Xianxia was stunned. He had never heard anyone mention it before. That's right. Don't forget that the will of heaven is the Deputy Island Master of Middle Island. He only needs to let the Middle Island Law Enforcement Hall take action, and it'll be very easy to get to the bottom of this. After all, we're not experts in this area. We mustn't let our guard down. Nantian Aurora echoed with a bitter smile. In that case, as long as we make a move, won't he find out? Ancestor Xianxia said helplessly. That seems to be the case. If we want to kill Lin Yi without taking any risks, it seems unlikely. Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao both sighed. If they could afford to offend the will of heaven, they would have directly made a move against the will of heaven. Why would they still turn their attention to Lin Yi? But as they discussed, they suddenly realized that it was becoming more and more difficult to deal with a mere Lin Yi. How could they endure this? However, if they were asked to stop just like that, they would definitely not be willing. After all, they were also important figures with status. If they didn't even dare to kill a mere Lin Yi, then what were they supposed to do? Chapter 4150. Just as Nantian Aurora and Si Haishao were about to make up their minds to kill Lin, even at the risk of the will of heaven's revenge, Patriarch Xianxia suddenly made a suggestion, causing their eyes to light up. What if we don't do it ourselves, but use someone else to kill Lin Yi? Patriarch Xianxia asked. He was an extremely malicious person. If he wanted to play dirty, he would be able to compete with Kong Ming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become master and disciple. Use someone else to kill? That's a good idea. Nantian Aurora's eyes immediately lit up. He turned to Si Haishao and said, "Shopkeeper Si, didn't you say you're in charge of the intelligence system? See if there's anyone we can make use of." "I'm only in charge of the North Island's intelligence system. I haven't interfered with Middle Island's side yet. I've only roughly seen some information." Si Haishao smiled and then said, "But speaking of making use of someone other than the will of heaven, the biggest news in Middle Island recently is that Snow Sword Faction's core disciple being beaten into a cripple. Snow Sword Faction is in a hurry to take revenge. Can we think of a way to pin the blame on Lin Yi?" "What's going on? Quickly tell us," Nandan Aurora hurriedly asked. Previously, he was only concerned about fighting for the position of Middle Island's Vice Island Lord and didn't have the time to care about gossip. As for Patriarch Xianxia, he happened to be in seclusion a while ago. He only came out on the day Nantian Aurora took over. After that, a series of events happened, so he didn't have the chance to listen to the news. Snow Sword Faction's core disciple, Wei Shenjin, had his meridians shattered by someone and became a cripple. The person who injured him was a martial artist called Ling Yi. No one knows where this person came from. Before that, he had already caused a commotion. It was said that this martial artist Ling Yi had an affair with the Snow Sword Faction's maidservant, Sydney, and had eloped. The entire city was in an uproar. Because of this, the Snow Sword Faction has already put him on the wanted list twice. Now, he has already become a moderately famous person in Middle Island, Si Haishao explained to the two. "I see." Only then did Nantian Aurora nod. However, he immediately frowned and said, "But what does this have to do with Lin Yi? The Snow Sword Faction is looking for Wufu Ling Yi. We can't just push this matter onto Lin Yi just because the names sound similar. The Snow Sword Faction is not stupid. How can they be used so easily?" "That's true, but apart from this, there doesn't seem to be anything else that can be used." Si Haishao was halfway through his sentence when the Black Earth Patriarch suddenly slapped his thigh. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Oh fuck! This is a heavenly opportunity." "Oh, what do you mean?" Southern Polar Light and Si Haishao were both stunned. "The martial artist that Manager Si mentioned earlier is called Ling Yi, right? Do you know what happened to Lin Yi when he was in the secular world? What's your favorite alias?" Patriarch Xianxia asked excitedly. "Could it be Ling Yi?" Si Haishao was shocked when he heard that. He suddenly remembered that Lin Yi had a precedent of hiding his identity in the North Island. However, at that time, his alias was Lin Air. Now that he was in the Middle Island, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't use the same trick again. "That's right, it's Ling Yi." Patriarch Xianxia nodded heavily. "There's such a thing?" Southern Polar Light's eyes lit up, but then he said, "But how can we prove that Lin Yi is Ling Yi? Even if he used this alias in the secular world before, we can say that it was just a coincidence. Just based on this point, if we want to convince the Snow Sword Faction to be our fighter, that's not enough." Actually, there's no need to prove it. If it were someone else, there might really be a possibility of having the same name. However, I know that Sydney. She's Lin Yi's mistress in the secular world." Patriarch Xianxia said with certainty, "Dean Nantian, did you forget that when the Heavenly Stage Island opened in the secular world, in the harem of Lin Yi's women, Sydney was included?" "That's right. Only then did Southern Polar Light come to a sudden realization. With his status, he wouldn't pay attention to such a small matter. However, with Patriarch Xuanqian's reminder, he remembered. Although his memory was a little fuzzy, it seemed that there really was such a thing. In that case, that Ling Yi is definitely Lin Yi in disguise? Si Haishao asked hurriedly. There's absolutely no mistake. Wufu Ling Yi and Lin Yi are 100% the same person. I can guarantee this with my head. Patriarch Xianxian swore solemnly. Wonderful, this is wonderful. In that case, the Snow Sword faction has no choice but to be this free fighter. Let's go to the Snow Sword faction now. Southern Polar Light immediately made the decision excitedly. Once this scheme succeeded, even if the will of heaven pursued the matter in the future, the hatred would only fall on the Snow Sword faction, and the three of them wouldn't need to bear the slightest risk. It was simply wonderful. Southern Polar Light immediately brought Si Haishao and Patriarch Xianxian to the Snow Sword faction. With his status and position as the Cultivator Academy's vice dean, the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction had already come out to welcome them before they even entered. Even though he had lost the competition for the position of Middle Island's Vice Island Master and was beaten black and blue by the will of heaven, he, Southern Polar Light, was still one of the few profound Ascension initial stage experts of Middle Island. Furthermore, he had a wide network. No matter which faction he went to, he would be a highly sought-after guest. It's been a few days. How have you been, Elder Situ? Southern Polar Light greeted with a smile. Coincidentally, the Snow Sword faction's higher-up elder who came out to welcome them this time was Situ Qian's grandfather, Situ Guangzong. Dean Southern Polar Light is an esteemed guest that we can't even invite. You've really brought light to our humble Snow Sword faction by coming from afar. Please, come in. Situ Guangzong cupped his hands in greeting with a smile. However, Situ Guangzong couldn't help but feel bewildered. He had personally witnessed Southern Polar Light being knocked off the Middle Cauldron Mountain by the will of heaven. Like most people, Situ Guangzong had originally thought that even if Southern Polar Light didn't die, he would become a cripple. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would recover to such high spirits. How strange. It must be known that the effects of a top-grade 4th-grade Great Returning Pill were no longer that obvious for profound Ascension experts. As they chatted and joked, Southern Polar Light and the other two were invited to the main seats in the living room. Situ Guangzong had even specially ordered people to prepare top-grade spirit tea and entertain them attentively. One doesn't visit for no reason. I've come to your esteemed sect this time because I have an important piece of news that I believe needs to be reported to your esteemed sect. Southern Polar Light went straight to the point. Important news? Situ Guangzong was slightly taken aback. Then he said, Please speak, Dean Southern Polar Light. I'm all ears. Chapter 4151. That's right. This is indeed the case. That Wei Shenjin is not an outsider. He is my grandson-in-law. Originally, he was a seedling with boundless prospects. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Sigh. Situ Guangzong sighed. He had originally thought highly of Wei Shenjin and had been trying to matchmake Situ Qian and Wei Shenjin. Unexpectedly, they had only been married for a few days before he was beaten into a cripple. He had gone from a potential stock to a trash stock. How could he endure this? Elder Situ, why don't you call him over to see me? I believe he has been waiting for this news for a long time. Nantian Aurora pretended to be profound and kept them in suspense. Could it be? Situ Guangzong's eyes immediately lit up. He had already guessed the reason. He immediately agreed. All right. Dean Nantian, please wait for a moment. This old man will get someone to call him over. Oh, right, invite Elder Wei Feng as well. He is also from the Wei clan and has some blood ties with Wei Shenjin. He has always been very concerned about this matter. That's even better. Elder Situ, feel free to invite him over. Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and the others nodded in agreement. They had come this time to get someone else to do their dirty work. Of course, the more the merrier. Having an elder class expert was something they could not ask for more. It would be best if the entire Snow Sword School turned out in full force. Situ Guangzong immediately gave an order to the Snow Sword School disciples guarding the door, telling them to split up and call someone over. Meanwhile, he continued chatting and laughing with Nantian Aurora and the others. After a while, Wei Feng led the way in. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. His strength could be considered a first-rate existence in the Snow Sword School. Behind him were Wei Shenjin and Sidu Qian. Sidu Guangzong introduced them. After exchanging some pleasantries, they got to the main topic. Nandan Aurora cleared his throat and said, "I won't hide it from you all. The news I have brought this time is regarding that Wu Fu Ling Yi who has been wanted by the entire city all this time, but there has been no news of him." Wu Fu Ling Yi. When the others heard this, they were immediately startled. Even if Situ Guangzong had guessed this beforehand, they would not be able to do so. As for Wei Feng, his expression abruptly changed. Wei Shenjin was a disciple that he had personally nurtured. Now, his many years of painstaking effort had been destroyed in a single day. His hatred for that Wu Fu Ling Yi was no less than anyone else's. Among the people present, Wei Shenjin was not as shocked as he was when he heard the news. His hatred was now completely transferred to Sidu Qian, the bitch. Even though the one who injured him was Wu Fu Ling Yi. However, strictly speaking, both of them were just pawns that had been provoked by someone else. Sidu Qian, the slut, was the one who deserved to be sliced into pieces. As for Situ Qian, she did not care about this at all. All she wanted to do now was to find a wild man to have sex with. It would be best if he was taller than senior brother Ma and had a decent appearance. Where is he? Has he already escaped to the outer islands? Sidu Guangzong asked on behalf of everyone. No, he is currently on the middle island. Furthermore, he is living a grand life. Nantian Aurora shook his head indifferently. How is that possible? Situ Guangzong and the others exchanged glances. The Snow Sword faction had put out a bounty for Wu Fu Ling Yi. Even though they had withdrawn quite a number of people over the past few days, they had not stopped the bounty for the entire city. If Wu Fu Ling Yi was still on the middle island, how could he be living a grand life without them knowing? The bounty offered by their Snow Sword faction was not low at all. That's the truth. The reason why he could hide from the eyes and ears of your esteemed sect is actually very simple. He has simply changed his appearance. Nantan Aurora curled his lips and smiled. Dean Nantian, do you mean that Wu Fu Ling Yi is currently wearing a human skin mask and has changed his appearance? Situ Guangzong and the others exchanged glances. Such a thing was actually not new. There had been people from the Snow Sword faction who had made such a conjecture before. However, even so, they did not know what the other party had changed into, so they had no way of dealing with it. On the contrary, Wu Fu Ling Yi is merely a human skin mask. This is his original appearance. As for his current identity, I'm sure everyone has heard of it. Elder Siddha might have even seen him face to face on that day at the Island Lord Pavilion on the Middle Cauldron Mountain. He is the brother-in-law of the Will of Heaven, as well as the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion, Lin. Nantian Aurora finally revealed the truth. That Lin Yi is Wu Fu Ling Yi? Sidu Guangzong and the others were instantly shocked. The Will of Heaven and the Tiandan Pavilion had two great influences. Currently, Lin Yi's name had gradually entered the sights of the mainstream circles of the Middle Island. There were quite a few people who had heard of his name. Do you have any proof, Dean Nantian? Wei Feng asked in a deep voice. He was not familiar with Nantian Aurora, so he could not help but be suspicious when he suddenly heard such a thing. After all, if Lin Yi and Wu Fu Ling Yi were really the same person, then the things he had done before were somewhat unimaginable. For example, eloping with Sydney. If Wu Fu Ling Yi had the powerful backing of the Will of Heaven, he could take Sydney away with just a word. The Snow Sword faction would not reject him for a mere maidservant. Why would he need to change his appearance and secretly elope? Of course we do. Why would we use such a thing to deceive your faction? What good would that do us? Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and the others looked at each other. Then they told them the whole story of Lin Yi, including the proof that Lin Yi was Wu Fu Ling Yi. From the secular world, he had killed his way up to the Heaven Stage Island in less than a year. He had befriended a super expert like the Will of Heaven. Now, he had even opened the Tiandan Pavilion and become the owner of a rich family. Lin Yi's legendary experience had truly left everyone dumbfounded. In particular, Siduqian's eyes were shining. If she had known that this guy was so powerful, she would not have let him meet Sydney. She would have kept him for her own use. Not only did he have such powerful strength and background, he also had so many female confidants. His ability in that aspect was definitely heaven-defying. He was practically a golden tortoise that was hard to find in this world. Sigh, what a pity. As Siduqian regretted her actions, she fantasized about the scene of her and Lin Yi having fun together. Her body suddenly felt something, and she unconsciously squirmed a few times. Even her breathing had started to quicken. While Wei Shenjin was shocked, he noticed Siduqian's lascivious appearance. Without even asking, he could guess what this slut was thinking. He could not help but clench his fists in anger, his joints cracking. This shameless slut that had been ridden by 1,000 men. Sidu Guangzong and the others glanced at Wei Shenjin. They thought that he was just too angry after hearing about Lin, his great enemy. This was human nature, so they did not notice anything strange. If not for Dean Nantian and everyone else, we would still be in the dark. This old man can't thank you enough on behalf of the entire Snow Sword faction. After listening to Nantian Aurora's narration, Sid Guangzong sincerely expressed his gratitude. Chapter 4152. That's good, that's good. I've specially come to deliver this information this time just to voice my grievances on behalf of your sect. After all, the matter has become so big. No matter what, you should resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your sect's reputation, Nantian Aurora said, feigning righteousness. That's right. Now that your sect knows that Lin Yi is Wufu Ling Yi, you should take action as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to laugh at you. That won't be good, Si Haishao chimed in. This. Sidu Guangzong did not directly reply. After exchanging glances with Wei Feng, he said, although that's the case, we still have to treat this matter seriously. We must first find a way to verify it. Otherwise, the will of heaven is not to be trifled with. Nantian Aurora and the others were not the only ones who were afraid of the will of heaven. Their Snow Sword School was the same. Not only was the other party terrifyingly powerful, but they also had the high and mighty Vice Island Master of Middle Island. Even if the Snow Sword School was large, if they were to recklessly go against such a fiendish god, they would still suffer in the end. Verify it? How does your sect intend to verify it? You can't possibly go to the secular world to verify it, right? Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, and Patriarch Xianxia all frowned, thinking that the Snow Sword School was indeed not so easy to borrow. That won't be necessary. The price to pay is too great. In fact, if we want to verify it, we only need to make a trip to the Tiandan Pavilion and see if we can find Sydney. Sidu Guangzong smiled. Then he turned to Wei Shenjin and instructed, Shenjin, pretend to be a customer and go to the Tiandan Pavilion. You don't need to do anything else. You just need to recognize the person and verify it. Wei Shenjin immediately nodded in response. Grandpa, let me go as well. I can cover for him. Situ Qian quickly volunteered. Her eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Right now, all her thoughts were on Lin. If she could hook up with Lin Yi, then what ugly senior apprentice brother Ma? She would be able to kick him aside. Lin Yi looked like a warrior, rough, but it wasn't bad at all. Sidu Guangzong naturally had no objections to this and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Wei Shenjin, on the other hand, was sneering in his heart. He knew exactly what this slut was thinking. A woman could actually be so licentious to this extent. She was truly a unique scorpion shitting on her. However, on the surface, Wei Shenjin was still calm and collected. After putting on the bamboo hat to cover his appearance. Thus, he followed Sidu Qian to the Tiandan Pavilion. As for Sid Guangzong and Wei Feng, they stayed behind to entertain Southern Polar Light and the others while waiting for news. The two of them didn't speak on the way, and they soon arrived at the Tiandan Pavilion. As soon as they stepped through the door, they saw Sydney's busy figure. Although her face was covered, her figure and temperament were obvious. The two of them could recognize it at a glance. It really is Sydney. Wei Shenjin was shocked. At first, he really liked Sydney, but he didn't expect that there would be so many twists and turns. Now, things were the same, but people were different. He ended up as a cripple, which made people sigh. Seeing that Wei Shenjin's gaze was fixed on Sydney's busy figure, Sidu Qian, who was at the side, smiled. She didn't have any feelings of jealousy. After all, what was so good about being jealous of a cripple? Brother Wei, don't you like Sydney? Then why don't you stay here and take a look at her? I'll go take a look at that Ling Yi and carefully identify him so that we don't wrongly accuse him. Sidu Qian said softly. Without waiting for Wei Shenjin's reply, she left him alone and went to look for Lin Yi. Wei Shenjin was so angry that his whole body trembled. If it was in the past, before he was beaten into a cripple, Sidu Qian would be jealous if he even looked at another woman. But now, in Sidu Qian's eyes, he was just a servant's plaything. He didn't have any status at all. As for their nominal relationship as husband and wife, it would only bring him more pain and humiliation. Looking at Sidu Qian's coquettish back view, Wei Shenjin clenched his fists tightly and didn't flare up. When he looked at Sydney again, he was no longer as agitated as before. He was much calmer and more indifferent. Just now, when Southern Aurora and the others were talking about Lin Yi, Patriarch Xianxia had mentioned that Lin Yi and Sydney had already been together since they were in the secular world. In other words, he was the one who had interfered. It was no wonder that Lin Yi would elope with Sydney. Wei Shenjin wasn't an unreasonable person. Now that he thought about it, he realized that all of this was actually because of that bitch, Sidu Qian, who had added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. She had benefited from the situation, which caused him, Lin Yi, and Sydney to become enemies. The source of all his tragedies was this bitch. Now, he had been cuckolded, which was a great humiliation. He couldn't bear it. Wei Shenjin glanced at Sydney from afar, then turned around to look for Sidu Qian. He wanted to see what this bitch was going to do to Lin Yi. As for Sydney, he no longer had any extravagant hopes. Frankly speaking, Wei Shenjin's only wish now was to find an opportunity to kill Sidu Qian. He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to perish together with her. Unfortunately, with his current strength and situation, even this wish would be difficult to achieve without a special opportunity. On the second floor of the Tiandan Pavilion, there weren't any elixirs for sale. However, there were a few private rooms. Other than for Lin Yi and the others, there were also rooms for receiving guests. Wei Shenjin saw that one of the doors was open. As expected, it was Sidu Qian's voice coming from inside. Without saying anything, he immediately held his breath and leaned against the wall, silently eavesdropping. My name is Sidu Qian. I wonder if shopkeeper Lin still recognizes me? Sidu Qian said with a flirtatious smile on her face. She looked at Lin Yi's handsome face from head to toe as she drooled in her heart. Compared to Wu Fu's rough look, he was much more attractive. She couldn't tell that he was a fresh piece of meat. Miss Situ, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Sidu Qian. He didn't expect her to come knocking on his door. It seemed like she already knew his real identity, which surprised him a little. How could that be? I've always been very accurate when it comes to judging people. I would never mistake them for someone else. However, if shopkeeper Lin insists on acting dumb, then there's nothing I can do about it. Sidu Qian continued to look at Lin. Lin Yi looked at her coldly. Suddenly, a murderous intent rose in his heart. He had already planned to get rid of this threat, but this woman still dared to come knocking on his door and threaten him. She really didn't know how to write the word death. Since shopkeeper Lin doesn't want to admit it, how about we make a deal? You're a businessman now anyway. After listening to me, I believe you'll agree. Sidu Qian didn't sense the danger at all. Instead, she smiled and moved closer to Lin. Chapter 4153. A deal? Lin Yi asked calmly. He wanted to hear what this woman wanted to say. Although he could kill her effortlessly with his current strength, he had to first confirm how many people knew about his identity. That's right. Since I'm already here, I'm sure you know that your identity as Wu Fu Ling Yi has been exposed. It's useless to pretend in front of me, because I'm not the first person to know about this. The ones who really exposed you are actually the old enemies you've already provoked in the secular world. Southern Aurora, Xianxia, and the others. Do you understand what I mean now? Sidu Qian looked at Lin Yi with an even more unscrupulous gaze. In her eyes, since she had already confirmed the secret of Lin Yi's identity, Lin Yi was already a piece of fresh meat in her mouth. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. What do you mean? Lin Yi's expression remained indifferent, but the killing intent in his heart was like raging waves. He really didn't expect Southern Aurora and the others to join forces with the Snow Sword faction. Now, the problem he had to face was not as simple as a hidden danger. If he didn't handle it well, it was highly likely that this matter would turn into a fatal threat. Even if he had the protection of the will of heaven, his opponents were Southern Aurora and the Snow Sword faction. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In fact, Lin Yi had already decided not to return to the North Island for the time being. If he didn't resolve this crisis properly, he wouldn't feel at ease leaving Tian Chan and Sydney here and going back alone. What I mean is very simple. Although they have some guesses about your identity, they aren't completely sure yet. I'm here to check things out, so you don't have to be afraid. As long as you listen to me, I can help you cover up when I return. That way, no one will know that you're Wu Fu Ling. What do you think? Sidu Qian's coquettish body moved closer to Lin. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything dangerous, and I won't let you suffer. I'll just do something that both men and women love to do. With that, Sidu Qian reached out to hook her arms around Lin Yi's neck. At the same time, she fell into Lin Yi's arms. Although it was broad daylight and there was a lot of noise downstairs, she could not wait to have sex with Lin. It would be more exciting. It was more to her liking. However, Lin Yi pushed her away and looked at her coldly. Miss Situ, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the Wu Fu Ling you're talking about. You're still quibbling at this point? Lin Yi, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Sidu Qian was furious. She pointed at Lin Yi's nose and said, Fine. Lin Yi, just you wait. When our Snow Sword School captures you, let's see who can save you. Seeing that Lin Yi was still indifferent, Sidu Qian paused for a moment. Then, she softened her tone and tried to persuade him, Lin Yi, you have to think this through. You'll be mine sooner or later. However, when that time comes, you'll become a toy boy with no status. Don't be so shameless. It's not too late to regret it. If you agree, I'll go back and find a way to kill Wei Shenjin. Then we'll get married. Wei Shenjin, who was outside the room, was infuriated when he heard these words. If he had the strength, he would rush in and strangle this bitch to death. Unfortunately, he was now a useless person without any strength. He couldn't even die together with her. So, he could only choose to endure. Alright, you don't have to say any more. I'm not the Wu Fu Ling you're looking for. So, Miss Sidu, please go back. Lin Yi cut her off unceremoniously. Initially, he had wanted to kill Sidu Qian, but doing so would alert the enemy. Southern Aurora and the others, as well as the Snow Sword faction, were the true threats. With his strength alone, he would not be able to deal with them. He would have to discuss this with Tianxing. Good, you've got guts. Let's wait and see. You won't be able to escape from me sooner or later. Situ Qian immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She turned around and slammed the door. When she saw Wei Shenjin walking down the stairs, she was slightly stunned. However, she didn't even bother to call out to him and left angrily. In response, Lin Yi just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. With the strong protection of the will of heaven, even if Southern Aurora and the Snow Sword School confirmed his identity, there wouldn't be much risk. At the very least, these people wouldn't have the guts to come and capture him. He could deal with them as much as he wanted. However, this woman Sidu Qian was unimaginably despicable. She actually used this as a threat to force him to fool around with her. What a weirdo. While he was speechless, someone suddenly came in from the door and knelt down without saying anything, which gave Lin Yi a fright. After taking a closer look at the person's appearance, Lin Yi was even more surprised. It was Wei Shenjin, who had been crippled by him. Lin Yi, I don't blame you for hurting me. I know that it's all because of that vicious bitch Sidu Qian. That's why I'm in this state today. Wei Shenjin took the initiative to speak. But you don't have to do this, right? Are you going to acknowledge me as your master or what? Lin Yi asked with a strange expression. He even suspected that this guy was putting on an act, deliberately tricking him into confessing his identity. However, Lin Yi could also see that Situ Qian's words about killing Wei Shenjin were not made up. He really felt a killing intent from Situ Qian. At that time, he had already sensed that Wei Shenjin should be outside the door. There was no reason for him to play along with Situ Qian's act. "No, I'm not going to acknowledge you as my master." Wei Shenjin shook his head and took a deep breath. "I just want to ask you to do something for me. Help me kill that bitch Situ Qian." "Kill Situ Qian?" Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. This couple was really a weirdo. They both wanted to kill each other. It was really a case of enemies meeting each other. "I know that with your power and strength, you can definitely do it. Now, there is no one who can help me, only you," Wei Shenjin said with a bitter expression. If there was any other choice, he would never kneel to Lin. Even if Situ Qian was playing tricks, it was still Lin Yi who had injured him. This was an indisputable fact. Right now, he was truly at his wit's end. There was really no one else he could ask for help from. No one in the Snow Sword School would offend a powerful elder like Situ Guangzong for a cripple like him. Even his backer, Wei Feng, might not be willing to help him do such a thing. "I can kill her, but why?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Even if Situ Qian was originally on his list of targets, it was completely different from helping Wei Shenjin kill someone. Not to mention that Lin Yi might not be willing to do this favor. At least for now, he and Wei Shenjin were not on the same side. They were far from colluding to kill someone. Chapter 4154. Wei Shenjin choked on his words as he came back to his senses. Yeah, why would Lin Yi help him for no reason at all? The reason why he suddenly knelt before Lin Yi was because he suddenly realized that it was impossible for him to kill Situ Qian. He was a cripple, and it was impossible for him to kill Situ Qian with his own hands. If there was anyone in the world who was willing to kill Situ Qian, it would be Lin Yi, who was standing in front of him. However, Lin Yi was backed by the mighty will of heaven and was the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion. His status was unparalleled. On the other hand, Wei Shenjin was now a cripple. His strength was not even comparable to a slightly stronger ordinary person. Why would he need Lin Yi's help? Moreover, although it was the bitch Situ Qian who instigated the conflict, strictly speaking, they still had a grudge against each other. Even if he transferred all his hatred to Situ Qian, it did not mean that Lin Yi would do the same. Previously, it was Situ Qian who set me up and instigated me to misunderstand you and Shueli. That's why I was so impulsive and offended you. Wei Shenjin fell to the ground in despair and helplessness. He muttered to himself, "But now I've seen the true face of this bitch. She's just a whore who has been ridden by thousands of men. She's a vicious woman with a venomous heart." Lin Yi looked at him and didn't say anything to interrupt. To be honest, he thought that Wei Shenjin and Situ Qian were just a couple who were in cahoots with each other, but now it seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. After I became a cripple, she shamelessly ran around with that ugly Ma Shangfeng. She did not respect me, her real husband, at all. She even wanted to kill me so that I would not be an eyesore to her. Do you think there is a bitch more shameless than her in this world? Wei Shenjin forced a smile and exposed his own dirty linen. He told her everything that had happened to Situ Qian, including the boy toy and the artificial membrane. He did not hide anything. Lin Yi was stunned after hearing this. He already knew that Situ Qian was not a good person. However, after hearing what Wei Shenjin said, he was still shocked. There was actually a woman who was even more despicable than Murongzhen in this world. Situ Qian was really a weirdo. I'm very clear about that traitor's temperament. Since she has her eyes on you, it's impossible for her to let go so easily. When she returns, she'll definitely think of a way to stir up trouble. She's a natural slut, and she'll do anything to get you. Furthermore, I believe that you're a gentleman, and you definitely won't be willing to collude with such a scoundrel. So, if you don't kill her, you'll definitely be in trouble and you won't be able to get rid of it. Wei Shenjin earnestly advised. However, if I were to kill him, the entire Snow Sword School would definitely be enraged. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Lin Yi said calmly. You don't have to worry about that. I can cooperate with you and help you get rid of this hidden danger. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed to have loosened up a little, Wei Shenjin was immediately overjoyed. He quickly offered a plan. After I return to the Snow Sword School, I'll insist that you're not Wu Fu Ling. That way, even if Sidu Qian tells the truth, they'll only be skeptical. Moreover, I believe that bitch will definitely not expose your identity in order to get you. So, you don't have to worry. And then? Lin said calmly. According to what Wei Shenjin had said, it could indeed be a smokescreen. Even if it couldn't completely eliminate the suspicion, it could at least confuse the enemy for a short period of time. Then, you can think of a way to hint to that bitch. Loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Pretend to agree to lure her out. I believe that with your strength, it'll be absolutely easy for you to kill her. At that time, we'll fake the crime scene and I'll take the blame. I'll say that I killed Sidu Qian. After all, I'm useless and I don't want to live like this anymore. Wei Shenjin said emotionally. Hearing this, Lin Yi pondered for a moment. If he did what Wei Shenjin had said, he could indeed kill Sidu Qian easily. Moreover, as long as Wei Shenjin was willing to expose his family's dirty linen, he would have enough motive to kill Lin Yi. That way, no one would suspect him. It was a good suggestion, but it wasn't that safe. Why should I believe you? Lin Yi looked at Wei Shenjin and asked in a deep voice. I'm willing to sign a spiritual beast contract with you. You can use a high-grade spiritual pet talisman to control me. As long as I'm willing, even a human can become your spiritual pet. Wei Shenjin said excitedly. You want to become my spiritual pet? Lin Yi was shocked. This was not impossible. After all, a high-grade spiritual pet talisman could indeed control people. However, since ancient times, very few people would do so. After all, who would be willing to be controlled by someone else for their entire life? One should know that the intelligence of humans was far above that of spiritual beasts. The complexity of their yuanshen was also unique. Even if it was a high-grade spiritual pet talisman, even if there was a huge disparity in strength, if the target was not willing to cooperate, it would be impossible to successfully tame it. That's right, I'm willing to become your spiritual pet. Wei Shenjin's eyes lit up. In order to kill Sidu Qian, he was ready to risk everything, including his life and dignity. Then wait here for a moment. Let me think about it. Lin Yi did not agree immediately. Instead, he turned around and went back to his room to concoct a heart-devouring poisonous pill. This was something he learned in the common world when he was training with his Shifu. It was taught by his Shifu's wife, Lan Ling. Once this pill was consumed, the person would have to listen to the person who gave it wholeheartedly. Otherwise, the person's heart would be devoured by thousands of bugs. This thing, unless it was an expert in the art of goo, even the best pharmacist or even a doctor saint like Zhang Liju might not be able to cure it. After all, everyone had their own specializations, and they weren't in the same system. Conventional thinking and experience wouldn't work at all. As for the high-grade spiritual pet talisman that Wei Shenjin had mentioned, with Lin Yi's current wealth and connections, it was not hard to get it. His control over it was far above the heart-devouring poisonous pill, and he could turn Wei Shenjin into a puppet. However, this thing had its drawbacks. Once something happened to the spiritual pet, the owner would suffer a huge backlash as well. Back then, Meng Tong was spitting out blood because of the black-back stick ape. Wei Shenjin had already made it clear that he was prepared to die with Situ Qian. If Lin Yi still took him in as a spiritual pet, wouldn't he be waiting for the backlash? The heart-devouring poisonous pill was the safest choice. This was similar to the poison he gave Dafeng Bro in the common world. He had enough control over it, and he didn't have to worry about any side effects. However, a few days before he left, Lin Yi had already given the antidote to Chen Tian and asked him to bring it to Dafeng Bro. R1152. Chapter 4155. This is called the heart-devouring curse pill. Eat it and I will believe you. Lin Yi returned to the living room and handed the heart-devouring curse pill to Wei Shenjin. You betrayed me. You will die a horrible death. After receiving the heart-devouring curse pill, Wei Shenjin swallowed it without hesitation. He was already prepared to be Lin Yi's pet. Why would he be afraid of this small pill? Is it okay now? Now you don't have to worry about me betraying you and you can attack that bitch, Sidu Qian, right? Although Wei Shenjin didn't know what he was eating, he was sure that it was something similar to controlling him, so he said impatiently, Well, I'll leave that to you. Lin Yi smiled faintly. What? I'll kill her myself? I'm a useless person now. How can I kill her? Wei Shenjin was stunned. When he reacted, he was furious. He said sadly and helplessly, "You tricked me?" He'd bet everything on Lin Yi, even his life and dignity, but all he got in return was Lin Yi telling him to kill him. How the hell could he accept that? Hee, I never lie. Since I told you to kill her yourself, I will naturally give you the ability. Why would I trick you? Lin Yi smiled faintly and gestured for Wei Shenjin to meditate at the side. Sit down first. I will help you recover your damaged meridians. Recover meridians? Wei Shenjin was shocked. He immediately threw his sadness and helplessness to the back of his mind. He stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? Don't lie to me. My meridians have been shattered by you. Even the 4th grade recover pill and the 5th grade meridian conduit pill have no effect. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a useless person. You should know this. I know. The meridian conduit pill doesn't work, but that doesn't mean I can't heal you. Do you know that the will of heaven's meridians were shattered just like yours? It's even more serious than yours. Aren't you still as lively as before? Lin Yi smiled faintly. You healed the will of heaven? Wei Shenjin paled as he looked at Lin. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The will of heaven's recovery was a mystery in the whole of Zhongdao. No one knew who did it. Some said it was the mysterious medicine master. Some said it was Zhang Liju's painstaking research. There were all sorts of theories. The will of heaven never came out to clarify anything. The will of heaven himself. The pill hall of the hall didn't say anything. Wei Shenjin had never imagined that this was actually the work of Lin Yi. If it was someone else who said this, Wei Shenjin would definitely think that this person was talking nonsense and trying to flatter himself. However, it was Lin Yi, so he believed it without hesitation. Otherwise, with the status of a legendary master like the will of heaven, even if Lin Yi was his brother-in-law, how could he try so hard to protect Lin Yi, a new disciple of the 3 pavilions in the North Island? He did not answer Wei Shenjin's question. Lin Yi directly gave him the answer with his actions. In just a short 2 hours, Wei Shenjin was shocked to discover that all the meridians in his body had been shattered. It had miraculously recovered to its original state. This is simply a miracle. Wei Shenjin instantly fell into a state of ecstasy. He was originally a cripple who had lost all hope and was just a walking corpse with no future. The only reason for him to continue living was to kill that bitch, Sidu Qian. However, he did not expect that the surprise would come so suddenly. For a moment, Wei Shenjin was so excited that he could not even speak. He opened his mouth to speak to Lin Yi, but did not know how to express his gratitude. Without saying a word, he knelt down again with a plop and kowtowed to Lin Yi 3 times in a row. You don't have to do this. Hurry up and get up. Lin Yi hurried forward to help him up. Although his meridians were also shattered like the will of heaven, Wei Shenjin's injury was much lighter. Unlike the will of heaven's old injury that had accumulated for many years, it was easy for him to repair, and it did not take much effort. Lin Yi, oh no, Boss Lin Yi, you are my second parent. You deserve these kowtows. Wei Shenjin said firmly. Not to mention that Lin Yi had already fed him the heart-devouring vermin. Even without it, he was not an ungrateful person. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart, without any pretense. Lin Yi smiled. He'd seen a lot of people since he'd been in the common world. He could tell whether Wei Shenjin was sincere or not with just one look. Just from this performance alone, Lin Yi could tell that this guy was a man who knew how to repay kindness. Taking someone like this as a follower wasn't a bad deal. Boss Lin Yi, I will go back and kill Sidu Qian, the bitch. Wei Shenjin said with a murderous look. He was about to leave with his sword. Although his meridians had just recovered, he was confident that he could quickly regain his strength and kill Sidu Qian. Wait! Lin Yi stopped him. If you go back and kill her like this, even if you are a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction, you will not be able to escape punishment. Who cares? Wei Shenjin did not care and said angrily, this woman has brought me such great shame. If I don't kill her, how can there be justice in the world? Before, I was not strong enough. so I had no choice but to drag out an ignoble existence. But now I can't stand it anymore. Even if I die, I will drag this bitch down with me. For such a shameless bitch, you will die with her. Is there any meaning? Lin Yi looked at him coldly and said, "Don't forget your life is mine now. I spent so much effort to cure you, not to let you die with this bitch." But what should I do? Boss Lin Yi, I really can't stand it anymore. Wei Shenjin finally calmed down a little, but he was still tempted. He had already realized that he was different from before. Earlier, he was a hopeless cripple. If he could drag Sidu Qian down with him, it would be worth it. But now, he had become a core disciple of the early stage of the Gold Core realm with a bright future. If he wanted to exchange his life with a bitch like Situ Qian, it would only be stupid. Wait here for me for a moment. Lin Yi smiled, turned around, and went out to make 2 kinds of medicine. When he came back, he gave them to Wei Shenjin. "You want me to poison that bitch?" Wei Shenjin said in surprise. "Of course not. If it was just a simple poison, Sidu Qian's death would be easily traced back to you. What's the difference between that and you directly killing Sidu Qian? The 2 medicines I gave you are the right medicine. Even if Situ Qian dies in the end, no one will suspect you." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "The right medicine? What do you mean?" Wei Shenjin was still confused. Chapter 4156. It's very simple. When you get back, take the initiative to please Sidu Qian. Then, both of you will take the first drug. By then, both of you will be very happy. I guarantee that the effect will be even better than the one in the Central Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi explained. Do I have to pretend to please that bitch? Alright, I'll listen to Boss Lin. When Wei Shenjin thought of Sidu Qian's face, he felt disgusted. It was fine if she did not have the strength, but she had the strength. But since Lin Yi had said so, he could only nod and agree. With Sidu Qian's slutty nature, after tasting the sweetness, she will definitely take the drug and secretly find her lover, Ma Shangfeng. When that time comes, just let her take the second drug. Lin Yi continued to teach. Oh, all right. But what's the difference between the second drug? Wei Shenjin asked curiously. Of course, the second drug's effect is even stronger than the first one. But there's also a problem. Lin Yi laughed and said, if a man takes it, it will cause his kidney water acupuncture point to become stagnant, causing him to lose his yang energy and die. But you reminded me that the name Ma Shangfeng is quite a good match. If a woman takes it, she will become dizzy. Her body will act like a natural instinct and will not be able to stop. In the end, her heart will not be able to withstand the extreme excitement and she will die. Good. That's great. Boss Lin Yi is really a god. This kind of drug that kills without leaving a trace is practically made for that bitch couple. It's impossible for them not to fall for it. Wei Shenjin was overjoyed. If he did what Lin Yi said, he wouldn't need to take any risks at all. It was all Situ Qian's fault, and no one from the Snowsword School would suspect Wei Shenjin anymore. They'd only think that the couple was a shameless couple and deserved to die. Wei Shenjin didn't know what to do. Hehe, when you go back this time, be careful not to reveal your strength. If you are exposed, Sidu Qian might not go to Ma Shangfeng anymore. If that happens, our plan will be ruined, Lin Yi reminded him. Don't worry, Boss Lin Yi, I understand. That slut is shameless to the extreme. She had an affair with that ugly Ma Shangfeng because she didn't like Ma Shangfeng at all. She was just fooling around to satisfy her cravings. If she finds out that I've recovered, she'll definitely shamelessly stick to me again. You will continue to act innocent in front of me and play me like a fool. Wei Shenjin nodded. That's right, that's what I'm trying to say. After Sidu Qian's death, I'm afraid that you, as her husband, will still have to be investigated. When that time comes, make sure to clean up the traces. Blame the 2 drugs that I gave you on Sidu Qian. Tell her that she secretly bought them from the Central Chamber of Commerce. Tell them about your helplessness and sorrow. The facts are there and they will definitely believe you. Lin Yi continued to guide him. Alright, in any case, if nothing unexpected happens, that slut Sidu Qian should have died together with Ma Shangfeng. With the irrefutable evidence, I believe that no one will say anything, Wei Shenjin agreed. That's right. That's about the whole plan. Do you have any other questions? Tell me and I'll help you solve them, Lin asked. I don't have any questions, but… Wei Shunjin hesitated for a moment. He said worriedly, Sidu Qian is Sid Guangzong's biological granddaughter. If she dies like this, Sid Guangzong's old face as an elder of the Snow Sword faction will be completely lost. He won't be able to raise his head again. Even if he can't say anything at the time, he will definitely find an opportunity to deal with me later. After all, as long as I'm alive, people will think of the Situ family's immoral granddaughter. That will make him lose face. Situ Guangzong is indeed a threat. However, I can help you solve this problem. Lin Yi smiled and gave him an idea. After the incident, you can come to our Tiandan pavilion. When you go back, tell everyone that Big Brother the Will of Heaven healed your injuries. That way, you will regain your strength and potential and become a core disciple of the Snow Sword faction. You might even have a relationship with Big Brother the Will of Heaven. At that time, who would dare to deal with you? That's right. That's great. Thank you, Boss Lin, for your guidance. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, no matter what you want me to do, even if I have to climb a mountain of daggers or swim a sea of flames, I, Wei Shunjin, will not hesitate. Wei Shunjin said gratefully and excitedly. This person, Lin Yi, not only did he have great strength, he also had a miraculous ability. He also had a profound background, and most importantly, he had a shrewd mind. Every time he came into contact with Lin Yi, Wei Shunjin couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even if he didn't have the grace of giving him a new life, even if he didn't have the heart-devouring parasite, he had already started to sincerely feel that it was not wrong for him to worship this boss. In the future, if even such a person couldn't reach the highest level, then perhaps no one in this world would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of Heaven Stage Island. I don't need you to do anything for the time being. After you go back, think of a way to cancel your wanted order. Then, put the matter of your recovery on Big Brother the Will of Heaven's head. Don't let it have anything to do with me, Lin Yi instructed. The reason why Lin Yi repeatedly emphasized this point was because he had his own concerns. There were many experts on Heaven Stage Island. Once the news that he had restored Wei Shunjin's meridian spread, others would naturally get to the bottom of it. At that time, it would be unavoidable for him to attract the attention of those apex bigwigs and be pushed to the heart of the struggle. On the contrary, if he pushed everything on the will of heaven and said that he had recovered by himself, then even if others had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. After all, they couldn't just go to the will of heaven and ask him directly. Besides, even if they asked, the will of heaven would cooperate with Lin Yi's act, and they wouldn't be able to get the truth out of him. It's not a problem to put the matter on Senior the Will of Heaven, but Boss Lin Yi, it might not be of any use for me to say that you are Wu Fu Ling Yi. After all, Southern Aurora and the others have sworn that you are Wu Fu Ling Yi. Even if I go back and deny it, the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction will only be skeptical and won't directly cancel the wanted order. Wei Shunjin awkwardly scratched his head. Just a moment ago, he had sworn that he would do anything for Lin Yi, but in the blink of an eye, he was stumped by such a small matter. During this period of time, Wei Shunjin increasingly felt that his intelligence was insufficient. That's simple. After you go back, just tell them that they don't dare to confirm my identity. Furthermore, the will of heaven often appears here, so even if they confirm it, they can't make a move. Let them decide. Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing. As for the matter of canceling the wanted order, wait until you publicly recover. Just say that although you were injured by someone in Tiandan Pavilion, the will of heaven also healed your injuries, so they offset each other. With Big Brother the Will of Heaven's face here, I believe that the higher-ups of the Snow Sword faction will be sensible. Chapter 4157. To Lin Yi, it was not a big threat to him whether or not he removed the wanted order. He did it mainly for Sydney's sake. Before returning to the North Island, he had to get rid of all the potential threats. Alright, I understand. Boss Lin, you're right. The higher-ups are indeed very afraid of Senior the Will of Heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us come here first to verify it, Wei Shunjin agreed. Alright, then you can go back now. Just do as I said just now and act according to the plan, Lin Yi said with a nod. Alright boss Lin, don't worry and wait for my good news. Wei Shenjin bid farewell to Lin Yi with cupped hands, then turned around and left eagerly. He could not wait to kill that bitch Sidu Qian. After returning to Snow Sword faction, the first thing Wei Shenjin did was naturally to report to Sidu Guangzong and the others. As he had expected, that bitch Sidu Qian was indeed not there. Shenjin, you're back. Tell us, did you see Sydney? Can you confirm that Lin Yi is Wufu Ling Yi? Sidu Guangzong and the others asked hurriedly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wei Shenjin understood. Sidu Qian had other plans for Lin Yi that she had not reported to these people. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't see Sydney, but I did see Lin. Judging from his temperament, he is very different from Wufu Ling Yi. I can't be sure that the two are the same person. Moreover, I heard that the will of heaven appears there every few days. Even if I can confirm it, I can't do anything to him in Tiandan Pavilion, Wei Shenjin reported according to Lin Yi's instructions. Can't be sure? How is that possible? Nantian Aurora, Si Haishao, Patriarch Xianxia, and the others immediately exchanged glances. This matter was not fabricated out of thin air to fool the Snow Sword faction. Instead, it was something that was already set in stone. How could they not be certain? This disciple is merely stating the facts and doesn't dare to jump to conclusions. Otherwise, this disciple can't afford to rashly bring unnecessary disaster to the sect. Wei Shenjin shrugged. Since that's the case, I'll have to find a chance to test it out in the future. After all, this matter is of great importance, and I hope that Dean Nantian can understand. No matter what, our sect will always remember everyone's good intentions, Sidu Guangzong said after a moment of silence. He had also thought it through. Although Wufu Lin Yi had to be captured, and this concerned the reputation of the entire Snow Sword School, unless there was solid evidence, he would not act recklessly against Lin Yi and Tiandan Pavilion. After all, it was best not to provoke a troublesome demon like the will of heaven. Otherwise, something big would happen. Even an elder like Situ Guangzong, who held real power, would not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. Then all right. This is your sex matter, after all. We're just reminding you out of goodwill. We're just afraid that if this matter drags on, it will affect your sect's reputation. Since your sect is not anxious, we have nothing else to say, Nantan Aurora said indifferently, somewhat dissatisfied. Dean Nantian, you're exaggerating. The information you provided is a timely rain for us. Our entire sect can't thank you enough. As for that Lin Yi, if he really is Wufu Ling Yi, we will definitely not let him off. Sidu Guangzong hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's getting late. This old man has already gotten people to prepare a banquet. Everyone, please stay and have a few drinks. Let us properly perform our duties as hosts. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. Nantian Aurora and the others exchanged glances. Although the Snow Sword School had an attitude, as long as they said a few more words, there was still a possibility that they could deal with Lin. There was no need to make their relationship too stiff. They immediately nodded in agreement. The two elders, Sid Guangzong and Wei Feng, appeared to entertain Nantian Aurora and the others. As for a small fry like Wei Shenjin, he was merely a cripple in everyone's eyes. Naturally, he didn't have the qualifications to sit at the table and was sent home by Situ Guangzong. However, this was exactly what Wei Shenjin wanted. He wasn't like Lin, who was good at hiding his strength. In just a few words, he was already on the verge of being exposed. Fortunately, his meridians had just recovered, and his strength was only showing signs of recovering slightly. In addition, everyone thought that he was a cripple and didn't pay much attention to him. Otherwise, experts like Nantian Aurora and Sidu Guangzong would probably be able to see through him. If that happened, the plan that Lin Yi had given him would be ruined. After returning to his room, Wei Shenjin was somewhat surprised to discover that Sidu Qian, the hussy, had not gone to look for her senior brother Ma to have some fun. Instead, she was sitting in the room, sulking, while her maid, little Chihuahua, accompanied her and consoled her. It seems that this slut is really interested in Big Brother Lin. Wei Shenjin sneered. Then, he stepped into the room and deliberately squeezed out a smile. He said to Sidu Qian, Qian, I just found something good in Tiandan Pavilion. Why don't we try it now? Something good? What is it? Situ Qian frowned and glanced at him. It's something good to liven up the mood. I heard that it's very effective. It's the only one of its kind. Wei Shenjin immediately took out the 2 packets of medicine that Lin Yi had given him. The packaging looked exactly the same. As for which packet was problematic and which was not, only he knew. Something good to liven up the mood? Tiandan Pavilion actually sells this stuff? Quick, let me have a look. Situ Qian, who was originally depressed, immediately became spirited when she heard this. Her eyes lit up as she took the first packet of medicine from Wei Shenjin. Little Chihua, who was beside her, also came over excitedly. Sure enough, a pair of shameless bitches. Wei Shenjin secretly sneered. Seeing that the 2 women were immersed in studying the medicine for a while, he took the initiative to suggest, you won't be able to tell just by looking at it. Whether it's good or not, you'll only know after you use it. Then why don't you hurry up? Situ Qian couldn't wait to take off her clothes. Little Chihua also followed her to the bed and kept urging Wei Shenjin to hurry up. Wei Shenjin secretly smiled. Then he endured the nausea and walked over. After the 3 of them took the first packet of medicine, as Lin Yi had said before, they were much more satisfied than ever before. Even Situ Qian and little Chihua, who were insatiable women, felt a little overwhelmed. They were simply as happy as gods. Afterwards, the 2 women even felt that they had lived for so many years in vain. Even those expensive livening medicines in the Central Chamber of Commerce could not be compared to such a miraculous medicine. In front of such a miraculous medicine, those could only be regarded as a pile of shit at most. Having tasted such sweetness, of course, with Situ Qian and little Chihuahua's licentious nature, it was impossible for them to give up. Early the next morning, before Wei Shenjin woke up, Situ Qian pushed Wei Shenjin and asked him to get up and do it again. However, Wei Shenjin said in a daze, I can't, Qianhu, senior brother is too tired to get up. Chapter 4158. Useless thing. Situ Qian couldn't hold back her anger. She cursed under her breath and sneaked out with the 2nd packet of medicine with little Chihua. Naturally, this scene fell into the eyes of Wei Shenjin, who was pretending to be lazy, and his lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boss Lin Yi really was a genius at scheming. Up until now, everything was going according to his script, and there was no deviation at all. Situ Qian, little Chihua, and Ma Shangfeng, the death of you 3 is finally coming. Situ Qian and little Chihua, who had no idea what was going on, found Ma Shangfeng excitedly and began to make love to him. In their opinion, Ma Shangfeng was already very strong in that aspect, and after taking this magical medicine he would definitely be far better than a cripple like Wei Shenjin. Today was going to be a good day. Sure enough, after taking the 2nd packet of medicine, the 3 of them immediately felt it. The excitement that made their faces blush and their hearts beat faster was obviously much stronger than last night. Situ Qian and little Chihua didn't notice anything wrong at all. Instead, they were overjoyed. On the other hand, Ma Shangfeng's reaction at this moment was even worse than the 2 women. His heart was beating violently, and the blood in his body was burning as if it was about to explode. The last trace of clarity in his mind was instantly drowned, and he instinctively wanted to vent as soon as possible. At the beginning, Ma Shangfeng's strong performance really gave the 2 women a taste of an unprecedented wonderful feeling. However, just as they were about to climb to the peak, Ma Shangfeng's body suddenly stiffened, and then he suddenly stopped moving and fell straight to the ground. Senior brother Ma, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Situ Qian complained discontentedly. However, when little Chihua saw Ma Shangfeng's current appearance, her eyes suddenly widened, and she was so scared that she stuttered, Miss, senior brother Ma, he what? Situ Qian frowned and turned her head. After taking a look, she was also shocked. Ma Shangfeng's entire body curled into a ball like a cooked prawn. His expression was hideous and twitching, and he was foaming at the mouth. It seemed that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. In just a short moment, Ma Shangfeng had completely stopped moving, and he had become a lifeless corpse. He died just like that? Situ Qian's head was spinning and her mind was completely blank. She never would have thought that something like this would happen during the most enjoyable moment. "Miss, what should we do?" Little Qiuhua's face turned ashen. No matter what, Ma Shangfeng was an early-stage gold core realm expert. If he died like this, then the higher-ups of the sect would definitely come to the bottom of this matter. At that time, they would be finished. Situ Qian had Situ Guangzong as her grandfather. At most, she would only lose face and be gossiped about. However, as a little maid with no status, she might become a scapegoat. No, we have to get rid of the evidence. We have to find a way to get rid of the body. Situ Qian gritted her teeth and said, if this matter was spread out, it would be a huge scandal. Even if she did not die, she would not be able to escape punishment. Little Qiuhua nodded repeatedly and immediately got out of bed. It would be best for her if she could muddle through this matter quietly. However, before the two of them could put on their clothes, they suddenly felt wave after wave of strong impulses surging through their bodies. That indescribable sense of excitement rushed straight to their scalps, and they simply could not stop. This time, not to mention getting rid of the body, the two of them could not even stand steadily. The surging impulses in their bodies were completely out of control, rushing straight to their brains and scalps. The last bit of reason they had was swallowed up. They were like travelers trapped in the desert, crazily wanting to quench their thirst. However, the thing that could quench their thirst was not water, but men. Under the urge of the tide, the two of them could no longer care about Ma Shangfeng. They immediately rushed out of the room in a disheveled manner. At that moment, there was only one voice left in their minds: "Man, I want a man." The commotion caused by the two of them attracted the attention of a passing Snow Sword School disciple. It just so happened that he was a male. When he saw the two of them in a disheveled state, he was immediately startled. However, before he could react, the two of them had already pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Without saying anything, they stripped him naked and tried to force themselves on him. This damned scene really made the male disciple dumbfounded. Of course, he knew what kind of person Situ Qian was. Not only did she have a noble status, but she also had a good appearance. Coupled with her mannerisms, she was often talked about by the male disciples. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such an encounter today. As a man, he was actually being pushed down by Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua. However, even if he usually fantasized about this, at this moment, it had happened so suddenly. Furthermore, Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua looked too abnormal. The first reaction of the male disciple was not to enjoy it, but to escape. However, Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua were currently bathed in fire. It was like a drowning man grasping at the last life-saving straw. How could they let him go so easily? The two of them forcefully pressed him down and poured some of the second packet of medicine that they had not used before into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the male disciple also became vigorous like a dragon and fierce like a tiger. Instead of running away, he took the initiative to mess with the two of them. However, after a while, the male disciple suddenly foamed at the mouth. His body twitched and he fell to the ground. He followed in Ma Shangfeng's footsteps and died. This time, Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua did not know what fear was. Seeing that the male disciple could no longer satisfy them, they immediately threw away the corpse and went to find someone else. They randomly grabbed a passing disciple, dragged him over, and fed him medicine. Then, like hungry tigers, they pounced on sheep. In less than an hour, the two of them had used this method to trap 4 male disciples to death. However, the surging desire in their bodies did not lessen at all. Instead, it became even crazier. This time, the matter was completely blown out of proportion. The news of Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua madly grabbing male disciples to have sex with them spread like wildfire. Very soon, the entire Snow Sword School knew about it. This was an unprecedented rare event. Hearing the news, the Snow Sword School's disciples all gathered around to watch. When the higher-ups of the school learned about this, the Snow Sword School's disciples who were gathered around to watch the fun were already packed to the brim. At first, Situ Guangzong did not believe it. It was only when he saw Situ Qian and Little Qiuhua naked on top of a male disciple, moaning shamelessly, did he finally accept the reality, and he almost fainted. Our 1152. Chapter 4159. The upper echelons of the Snow Sword sect, including Wei Feng, were shocked speechless for a long time upon seeing this explosive scene. They exchanged glances with each other. Only one thing was clear in their minds. Were these two women crazy? Situ Qian, what are you doing? Situ Guangzong was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged as he roared in anger. The prestige he had painstakingly accumulated as an elder for so many years was completely destroyed by this lunatic Situ Qian. In the future, when the other disciples saw him, they would no longer be in awe. Instead, they would point at him and talk about what happened today, talking about the scandal of the Situ family. Thinking of this, Sid Guangzong even wanted to strangle his own granddaughter to death on the spot. Hearing Situ Guangzong's sudden roar, Situ Qian and little Chihuahua, who were immersed in an endless sea of desire, finally regained a bit of consciousness. Turning their heads to look at Situ Guangzong, who was about to swallow the two of them alive, they were instantly shocked. Then, their hearts uncontrollably contracted. Bang! The two women's exposed chests exploded at the same time, blood splattering everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. In front of everyone's eyes, their hearts exploded and they died. For a moment, everyone was silent, including Situ Guangzong. No one could have imagined that the two women would die so suddenly and directly. Following that, everyone's gazes focused on Situ Guangzong. Today's matter could not be said to be small. Starting from Ma Shangfeng, all the way to the sudden deaths of the two girls, a total of 8 people had died. This was an unprecedented event. Especially with Situ Qian and little Chihuahua's licentious behavior, the impact was extremely bad. This was not only a scandal of the Situ family. Once it was spread out, it would tarnish the reputation of the entire Snow Sword sect, and even make them the laughingstock of the entire island. The consequences would be unimaginable. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly for this old man. Why did this happen? Situ Guangzong fiercely ordered through gritted teeth. He was the elder with the highest status here, and Situ Qian was his granddaughter. She had the greatest influence on him, and he was also the most eager to know the truth. Although Situ Qian made him lose face, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the reason why she became so bold and shameless was obviously because she had taken some medicine. There might be some other reason behind it. Situ Guangzong could only hope that this was the case. This was a matter of great importance. They had to find out the truth as soon as possible and quell the rumors. Only then would there be a chance to reduce the impact. The Snow Sword faction's most elite enforcers were immediately dispatched. The first one to be investigated was naturally Situ Qian's real husband, Wei Shenjin. Wei Shenjin was already prepared for this. He immediately told them about Situ Qian and Ma Shangfeng's adultery. When the news spread, the entire Snow Sword faction was in an uproar. Ma Shangfeng's body lay there. Moreover, Situ Qian and little Chihuahua's performance was obvious to all. Therefore, Wei Shenjin's statement was quickly accepted by everyone. Not only did she commit adultery, but she also didn't even let bystanders off. He committed lewd acts in public until he was too excited and finally died. In an instant, Situ Qian, who had already been the talk of the town, became the talk of the town. In the public's opinion, she became a slut who could sleep with anyone. She could even be recorded in the history of the Heavenly Stage Island as a typical slut since ancient times. Regarding this, Situ Guangzong couldn't refute it. As her grandfather, he more or less knew about Situ Qian's temperament. Her adultery with Ma Shangfeng had also been found out. It was impossible for him to distort the truth. However, if the case was closed according to this statement, the impact on the Situ family would be too great. They might even be nailed to the pillar of shame for generations to come. Their Situ family couldn't afford to bear this infamy. Wei Shenjin, you said that Situ Qian and Ma Shangfeng committed adultery. This old man won't comment on this matter for now. However, the reason why she acted so crazily and strangely today was obviously because she overdosed. This was your doing, right? Situ Guangzong forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly rebuked Wei Shenjin. Situ Qian was a ruthless person. This was something he couldn't change. The only thing he could do now was to divert everyone's attention to Wei Shenjin's killing. This way, the Situ family would at least be less affected. Elder Situ, are you saying that I plan to drug her and cause the deaths of Situ Qian and Ma Shangfeng? Wei Shenjin asked in front of everyone. You harbored hatred in your heart, so it's reasonable for you to do such a thing. It's not that this old man can't empathize with you. As long as you confess, this old man can consider giving you a lighter punishment. I can even give you some compensation so that you can live the rest of your life in peace. I hope you can think this through before you speak. Sita Guangzong said, half threatening and half tempting. He didn't have any intention of doing anything to Wei Shenjin, nor did he have any intention of avenging Situ Qian. The only thing he wanted to do was to minimize the impact of this incident. Elder Situ, I will not admit to a groundless accusation. It is as you said, after I found out that she committed adultery with Ma Shangfeng, I did have the intention of killing her to vent my anger. Unfortunately, I am now a cripple and don't have the strength to do so. I can't even use my Spirit Jade card, so where would I get the Spirit Jades to buy her medicine? Wei Shenjin smiled bitterly. Sita Guangzong was speechless. Wei Shenjin was speaking the truth. Buying medicine required Spirit Jades. A cripple like him couldn't even use a Spirit Jade card, and he couldn't possibly carry a sack of Spirit Jades out of the house. That would be too obvious and would definitely leave an impression on others. Why don't you go to my house and check it out? Just take a look at Situ Qian's dressing room. Inside are all the things she bought. I believe it will be an eye-opener for you, Wei Shenjin coldly laughed. He used to be very afraid of Situ Guangzong, an elder with real power. But after interacting with Lin Yi, he suddenly realized that these so-called big shots were only SOSO. Sooner or later, they would be stepped on by him. Hearing this, Sita Guangzong's face became extremely ugly. But when the enforcer returned from Wei Shenjin's house, his face became even uglier. The dressing room is filled with filthy things used to liven things up. There are also quite a few medicines for both men and women. They are all from the Central Chamber of Commerce and are not cheap, the enforcer reported. This time, Sita Guangzong was completely speechless. The Central Chamber of Commerce's items were famous for being expensive. Wei Shenjin was a cripple and couldn't use his Spirit Jade card, so naturally he couldn't afford these medicines. In the end, he could only conclude that Situ Qian, that bitch, had reaped what she sowed and killed herself. Alright, I understand. You guys do as you see fit. Sita Guangzong coldly glared at Wei Shenjin and angrily stormed off. From his eyes, it could be seen that he didn't know what was good for him. Chapter 4160. Seeing the situation, Wei Feng walked over to remind him, why bother? You were just going through the motions with him. You won't suffer any substantial losses. Why do you have to bear a grudge against him for no reason? You have to be careful in the future. Although Wei Shenjin was one of his people, he was currently a cripple. If Situ Guangzong really wanted to find fault with him, just a casual word from him would be enough to send him to his death. It was impossible for him to go against a powerful elder for the sake of a cripple. At that time, Wei Shenjin could only pray for his own good fortune. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Feng. However, I'll say it again. Since it's not my fault, why should I take it? Wei Shenjin smiled calmly. If he was really a cripple, he might really drag out an ignoble existence. However, the situation now was different. Then you're on your own. Wei Feng helplessly patted his shoulder, shook his head, and left with a sigh. He then began to ponder whether he should completely give up on Wei Shenjin. However, in just a few short days, before he could completely make up his mind, a shocking piece of news suddenly came. Wei Shenjin's meridians had been repaired by someone. However, what was even more shocking was the meaning behind it. Wei Shenjin's meridians had been personally repaired by the Vice Island Master of the Middle Island, the Will of Heaven. This was quite interesting. At the level of the Will of Heaven, every action of his had a profound meaning. Even if he did not have it himself, with so many people watching, they would take the initiative to interpret it for him. For a moment, the entire Snow Sword School looked at Wei Shenjin in a completely different way than before. First, his meridians were crippled. Then, he was cuckolded by Situ Qian. Just as he was about to reach the lowest point of his life, he suddenly changed. Not only did he completely recover from his injuries, he even formed a relationship with a top figure like the Will of Heaven. Wei Shenjin's experience was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Leaving aside the private discussions of the crowd, the reactions of the upper echelon of the Snow Sword faction were surprisingly unanimous. They restored Wei Shenjin's status and treatment as a core disciple. At the same time, they gave up on the arrest of Wu Fuling. This decision had been made by the sect master on the spot, and many of the elders had unanimously approved of it. Even Sidu Guangzong, who harbored hatred in his heart, could only maintain his silence, not daring to say anything to stop it. Wei Shenjin was a core disciple. Now that he had recovered from his injuries and regained his identity, it was a matter of course. As for giving up on the arrest of Wu Fuling, it was to express goodwill to the Vice Island Master of the Middle Island, the will of heaven. After all, to the entire Snow Sword School, since Wei Shenjin had already recovered, the matter of Wu Fuling was no longer important. At most, they would only be gossiped about. However, expressing goodwill to the will of heaven was a huge matter that concerned the entire school. If they continued to hold on to Wu Fuling and continued to go against the Tiandan Pavilion and the will of heaven behind it, they would not be able to do anything to Wu Fuling. Then they would really be stupid. Shenjin, after going through all those inhuman trials, you have finally seen the light. I am deeply gratified. Wei Feng smiled as he patted Wei Shenjin's shoulder. He immediately passed on the decision of the higher-ups to him. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Trials make one advance. If I hadn't gone through all that, I might still be complacent. Arrogant and complacent, I don't know that there is always someone better out there. Thinking back, this is actually not a bad thing. Wei Shenjin sighed as he shook his head. That's right. As long as you can endure it, all the trials are not bad. Shenjin, you have grown quite a bit. Wei Feng immediately had a whole new level of respect for him. Although his strength was not much different from before, the feeling that Wei Shenjin gave off now was as if he had been reborn. He could not be underestimated. Wei Shenjin smiled. If it weren't for these things, he would not have been forced to become Lin Yi's subordinate. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, being able to form a relationship with a heaven-defying genius like Lin Yi, even if it meant becoming his lackey, was definitely more beneficial than detrimental. It was something that he could not wish for. Elder Sidu probably won't dare to do anything to you for the time being. You just need to be careful. Wei Feng reminded him. Then, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Right, the sect master has personally instructed you to go to the Tiandan Pavilion more often in the future. Do you understand the meaning behind this? Uncle Feng, don't worry. I understand. Wei Shenjin smiled in understanding. He had already expected this. The purpose of asking him to go to the Tiandan Pavilion more often was to let him take the opportunity to build a bridge between the Snow Sword faction's higher-ups and the big boss of the Will of Heaven. From the looks of it, the impact of the Will of Heaven's strong return on the power structure of Middle Island had already begun to show its effects. Even the Snow Sword faction had taken the initiative to express their goodwill to the Will of Heaven. In the future, they might even get closer to the will of heaven. Presumably, the other sects would also have their own responses. Maybe this was the sign of a new round of power reshuffling. With the sect master's instructions as a shield, if Wei Shenjin went to the Tiandan Pavilion again, it would be a dignified matter. No one would be able to gossip about it. Rushing to the Tiandan Pavilion, Wei Shenjin reported the decision of the higher-ups to Lin. In the end, he could not help but add a sigh. Everything is under control. Boss Lin Yi is really a godly person. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human nature. When you reach the level of a sect leader, face is just a price. In the face of substantial benefits, you can cast it aside at any time, Lin Yi said with a smile. Boss, that's because you have a good foresight. Without your help, my current situation would be unimaginable. It's very likely that I would have been a corpse. I couldn't even kill that bitch Situ Qian, let alone regain my strength and identity. I will never forget your great kindness. After saying that, Wei Shenjin bowed to Lin Yi 3 times respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude. You don't have to do that. Since the matter here has been settled, I'm going to leave for the North Island in these 2 days. You should also pay attention to the Tiandan Pavilion in the future. Although there won't be any trouble with Big Brother the Will of Heaven, if it's just some small fries who don't know what to do, we can't let the dignified Deputy Island Master of Zhongdao solve the problem. Besides, Tian Chan and Sydney are women, so it's not convenient for them to show up in public. So, we need you to take care of them, Lin Yi ordered. He only had a few friends here. In addition to the Will of Heaven, there were Kai Zhongyang and Hou Guanqi. Both of them were busy people. It was obviously unrealistic to ask them to hang around in the Tiandan Pavilion every day. So, this task could only fall on Wei Shenjin. Boss Lin Yi, don't worry. It just so happens that the sect leader asked me to walk around in the Tiandan Pavilion more often. I promise that I'll come here every day. If anyone dares to make trouble, I'll kill him. Wei Shenjin said with a murderous look. The strength of the early stage of Gold Core Realm was not very powerful in Zhongdao, but he had the Snow Sword faction and the Will of Heaven behind him, so he was naturally confident and fearless. Chapter 4161. Then I'll have to trouble you, said Lin Yi with a smile and a nod. The Snow Sword faction had given up on Wufu Ling Yi's arrest order and turned to the Tiandan Pavilion. This was not a secret. If someone were to investigate, they would be able to find out everything. Most of the people in the know were just there to watch the show and discuss it after a meal. However, when Nantian Aurora and the others heard the news, they exploded in anger on the spot. What the hell is this Snow Sword faction doing? We lowered ourselves to provide them with information, but not only did they not deal with Lin Yi, they actually turned around and got along with Lin Yi. They're simply a bunch of despicable people. We've spent so much effort to design this for nothing, said Si Haishao indignantly. That's right, Di Nantian. They're not taking you seriously at all. The Will of Heaven behind Lin Yi isn't easy to deal with, but do you think we're easy to deal with? How preposterous. Patriarch Xianxia was similarly furious. He did not forget to provoke them with his words. These damned bastards. Nantian Aurora's face was as gloomy as water. The fact that he was killed by the Will of Heaven in one move previously was enough to make him unable to raise his head. He was just deliberately not thinking about it. However, the Snow Sword faction's actions were clearly a slap to his face. If the current Vice Island Master of Middle Island was him instead of the Will of Heaven, even if the Snow Sword faction had the guts, they would not dare to do this. Old friend Nantian, what should we do now? Should we go to the Snow Sword faction and trample on them? Let's see if they still dare to look down on us in the future, suggested Si Haishao. Nantian Aurora was moved. He could not swallow this anger. However, after a slight hesitation, the remaining bit of reason made him dispel this idea. He had the backing of the Cultivator Academy and the Central Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he was one of the few early-stage profound ascension experts of Middle Island. He indeed had enough confidence to face a mere Snow Sword faction. However, he had joined the center with a secret identity. Even if things got out of hand, it would not be good for the center to stand up for him. In fact, he might even be punished instead. Forget it, I'll become enemies with the entire Snow Sword School. The impact of this matter is too great, and it might even affect the plans of the higher-ups. We can't act rashly. What I'm having a headache over right now isn't this, but Lin Yi. Nantian Aurora rubbed his temples in distress. When Si Haishao and Patriarch Xianxia heard this, they could not help but fall silent. Lin Yi might return to the North Island at any time. In the end, they did not even have the chance to borrow the saber's shadow. The previous plan of killing with a borrowed knife was simply a joke. Since the Snow Sword School can't do it, let's go. Why don't we go to another restaurant? Patriarch Black Earth suggested. Which one? Lin Yi has only been in Middle Island for a short period of time. There aren't many people who know his name, and even fewer who have conflicts with him. What's more, he's backed by the Will of Heaven. Unless there's a life and death blood feud, who would provoke him? Si Haishao said helplessly. Then what should we do? We can't just let that brat Lin Yi go like this, right? Patriarch Black Earth was also helpless, but he still said unwillingly. Looks like we can only ask for instructions from the higher-ups. If the higher-ups agree, even if we personally kill that brat Lin Yi, we won't have to worry about the threat of the Will of Heaven, Nantian Aurora decided. Si Haishao and Patriarch Black Earth looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After all, there was no other good plan they could think of at the moment. The three of them immediately set off for the Central Chamber of Commerce to meet that mysterious black-clothed man and tell him the ins and outs of the matter. They waited for the mysterious man to make a decision, but the mysterious man's words shocked the three of them. "That Lin, you guys don't touch him for now. I've been paying attention to this person for a long time, and he's also on the list of people I want to rope in," the mysterious man said lightly. Nantian Aurora and the other two looked at each other and were instantly speechless. Although they were extremely unwilling, they didn't dare to have any objections. They could only nod and agree. Feeling helpless, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat in unison. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that even their immediate superior, the mysterious man, would actually think so highly of Lin. Fortunately, they didn't rush to make a move. Otherwise, if they really disregarded everything and killed Lin, which would ruin the mysterious man's plan, they would really be in big trouble. Nantian Aurora and the other two could only give up on the matter of dealing with Lin. As for Si Haishao, he could only return to the North Island gloomily. His main mission in coming to Middle Island this time was to rope in Nantian Aurora. As for dealing with Lin, that was just an idea that came to him after he accidentally discovered it. Now that Nantian Aurora had already joined the center, and the higher-ups didn't allow them to touch Lin, there was nothing for them to do even if they continued to stay in Middle Island, so they could only return home. Even so, he was still very unwilling in his heart. Back then, he suffered great humiliation in front of Lin. Not only did he lose all his face, but he was even beaten up so badly that he almost reported to the King of Hell. It could be said that there was a deep hatred between them, but now, the higher-ups didn't allow him to touch Lin. How could he accept that? However, Si Haishao had never been a person who knew his place. Since he had made up his mind to deal with Lin, then no one could stop him. Even if he didn't dare to make a move openly because of the mysterious man's despotic power, if he only wanted to sow discord in the dark, there shouldn't be any risk in letting someone else do it for him. Lin didn't have many enemies in Middle Island, but in North Island he definitely had a lot of enemies. Even the mysterious man couldn't stop these people from trying to kill him. His hard work paid off. As soon as Si Haishao returned to the North Island, he found a godsend opportunity. The North Island was now full of wanted posters, and the image of Wufu Ling was depicted on them. Wonderful, really wonderful. Just when I was about to doze off, someone came to give me a pillow. This time, it's Lin who's courting death. Then, don't blame me for adding fuel to the fire. Who asked you to be so inhumane and make enemies everywhere, hee. Si Haishao was instantly overjoyed. Wufu Ling had a brand new image, and probably no one in North Island knew that this was Lin Yi's disguise. As long as this news was spread outside without a trace, when Lin came back, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Even the mysterious man couldn't blame it on Si Haishao. Si Haishao immediately took the arrest warrant with a big smile and read it carefully. After understanding the cause and effect, he couldn't help but laugh even more happily. In North Island, only Law Enforcement Hall was qualified to issue arrest warrants. And this time, Wufu Ling was wanted for killing Su Zhaohu, a disciple of Rising Sky Pavilion. Si Haishao didn't say anything. After deliberately hiding it from others, he went straight to Law Enforcement Hall. Nowadays, the Central Chamber of Commerce had become famous on all the major islands of Heaven Stage, and its momentum was so great that it was almost as powerful as top chambers of commerce such as Five Elements Commerce and Hong Chamber of Commerce. As the manager of North Island's branch on the surface, Si Haishao was also considered a top figure in North Island. When he came to Law Enforcement Hall, a place with strict hierarchy, naturally, someone came to receive him. Chapter 4162. However, due to his drunken teasing of Shangguan Laner and Ning Xuefei, even if Si Haishao wasn't directly blacklisted by the three great pavilions, he was still very unpopular. Normally, it should have been the higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Hall who came out to receive him, but this time, it was just an ordinary law enforcement envoy. This law enforcer was none other than Niu Cheng. Back then, his sworn brother Ma Jian had been imprisoned for abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge. Now, he had been tortured to death. However, he had managed to escape this calamity and was not implicated. This time, the case of Wufu Ling Yi was under his charge. So it's shopkeeper C of the Central Chamber of Commerce. It's an honor to meet you. I am law enforcement envoy Niu Chang. Niu Chang recognized Si Haishao at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. His backer Su Lingchong was missing, and his sworn brother Ma Jian was imprisoned and killed. During this period of time, he had been living with his tail between his legs, not daring to offend anyone. He was afraid that he would follow in Ma Jian's footsteps. Now, it was rare to see a powerful figure. Even if it was Si Haishao, who was not favored by the three great pavilions, he had to find an opportunity to curry favor. Who knows, he might have another way out in the future. Oh, it's law enforcement envoy Niu. I heard that you're handling Wufu Ling Yi's case? Si Haishao looked him up and down and asked. That's right, it's me. May I know what advice does shopkeeper C have? Niu Chang nodded and replied calmly. It can't be said to be advice, but I have a lead on that Wufu Ling Yi. Si Haishao smiled mysteriously. Really? Niu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. The arrest warrant had been issued for some time, but there was still no news. It was as if Wufu Ling Yi did not exist. He was worried about this matter, but he did not expect Si Haishao to actually come to him with information. Coming here specifically to deal with Lin Yi, Si Haishao did not hide anything and told him what he found on Central Island, making Niu Chang burst with joy. So Wufu Ling Yi is Lin Yi in disguise. That's great. I'll apply for manpower from the higher-ups right away to arrest and bring him to justice. Niu Chang could not contain his excitement as he said. To put it bluntly, Ma Jian's death was caused by Lin. Now that he had this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he could avenge his sworn brother's death and at the same time, he could use this opportunity to claim credit from one of the most powerful figures in Soaring Sky Pavilion. This was killing two birds with one stone. Don't worry. Right now, Lin Yi is still in Middle Island and hasn't returned. Don't let out any news so that he can make preparations. This is a rare opportunity. We must make it an ironclad case. Kill him in one move and don't give him any chance to turn things around. Si Haishao reminded from the side. An ironclad case? Hearing that, Niu Chang's expression froze slightly and he said awkwardly, that's a little difficult. He killed Su Zhaohu in the boundary of Hutsai Tianwu Mountain, which is not within the scope of the North Island. Strictly speaking, I've overstepped my authority by issuing an arrest warrant for him, and it's all because of Brother Su. The others turned a blind eye and didn't ask about it. Brother Su? Who's that? Si Haishao couldn't help but be stunned. It's Su Zhaohe, the most popular young genius disciple in Soaring Sky Pavilion, who is about to be accepted by Pavilion Master Shangguan. Originally, his cousin Su Zhaohu was killed in the North Island. Normal procedures wouldn't have opened a case. It was because of him that I took this task, Niu Chang explained. Now that Su Lingchong was missing, he was in a hurry to find a new backer. Coincidentally, he met a genius like Su Zhaohe, who had a promising future. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to curry favor. Once he did this task well, in the future, he would be able to get in touch with Su Zhaohe. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Gong Yangjie, and Shangguan Tianhua. Furthermore, Su Zhaohe was Shangguan Tianhua's disciple, and once he succeeded in becoming Shangguan Tianhua's disciple, he and Gong Yangjie would become fellow disciples. If Niu Chang was able to climb up to such a powerful backer, it would definitely be a great benefit to him. So, the arrest warrant for Wufu Ling Yi is just to sell a favor, and this matter really can't be settled? Si Haishao couldn't help but frown. Exactly. If we have to do it by force, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. The only thing I can do now is to first capture Lin Yi and then let the higher-ups decide, Niu Chang said helplessly. When he thought of Lin Yi, he couldn't help but think of his close brother Ma Jian. Ma Jian died tragically because he wanted to deal with Lin Yi. If he used public office to take revenge, he was afraid that he would follow in Ma Jian's footsteps, and the consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, why don't we simply not go through the official channel? There are too many restrictions, And I heard that Shanghai Tianhua is good to Lin Yi. If it really gets out of hand, even if we capture Lin Yi, we won't be able to kill him. It's safer to go through private channels, Si Haishao said while rolling his eyes. Private channels? What do you mean? Niu Chang was confused. Isn't it simple? Si Haishao looked at him and thought that this person was really stupid. He patiently reminded, "Why did you do this case? Isn't it just to sell a favor to Su Zhaohe? If you tell him about Lin Yi's identity, what do you think he will do? Brother Su will definitely make a move on Lin Yi. He's currently at the peak of his power, and Lin Yi killed his cousin. How can he tolerate it? Even if he wants to swallow it, when the news gets out, others will definitely say that he's weak. It might even affect his apprenticeship. If that happens, he won't be able to not settle things with Lin Yi." Niu Chang's eyes suddenly lit up as he said excitedly. "So, you tell him the information and bring him to Lin Yi. All you need to do now is to watch the show." For Su Zhaohe to be chosen by someone like Shanghai Tianhua, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest foundation establishment expert. At that time, he'll definitely be able to kill Lin easily. Si Haishao laughed sinisterly. In his eyes, Su Zhaohe had already become a sharp knife, and it just so happened to be aimed at Lin. The only thing he had to do now was to encourage Niu Chang to move Su Zhaohe's blade closer to Lin Yi's neck. That was all. Unfortunately, he still didn't know Lin Yi's strength. He took it for granted that Lin Yi was definitely still in the Foundation establishment realm. Back then, Wei Shenjin was injured because he was sneak attacked by Lin Yi from behind. That didn't count at all. Little did he know that Lin Yi was an extraordinary person. How could he be judged by common sense? Su Zhaohe was the so-called strongest Foundation establishment expert's blade. Even if Lin Yi took the initiative to approach, he still wouldn't be able to cut it. Good idea. Manager C is indeed brilliant. Niu Chang nodded repeatedly as he listened. This way, he wouldn't have to risk breaking the rules, and at the same time, he could curry favor with Su Zhaohe. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to kill Lin. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 4163. This time, he chose to return to the North Island by flying Spirit Beast. Compared with the land and sea routes, flying Spirit Beast was obviously much faster, but at the cost of more risks. Crossing the vast sea, not only did he have to be on guard against the fierce birds in the sky at all times, but he also had to be careful of sneak attacks from sea beasts. In addition, the journey was long, and ordinary flying spirit beasts could not sustain such a high-intensity long-distance flight. 60 to 60% of them died halfway. Therefore, even if most people chose to ride flying spirit beasts, they did not dare to cross the vast sea. Instead, they avoided the sea and took a detour along the land route to ensure their safety. However, this time, Lin Yi rode the Will of Heaven's exclusive mount, so he had no such concerns. Not only were the flying spirit beasts terrifyingly powerful, but the special symbol on their bodies, especially the dazzling words, "Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island," was enough to scare off 99% of cultivators and spirit beasts. If they attacked it, it was equivalent to going against the Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island. Not to mention cultivators, even spirit beasts did not have the guts to do so. Their IQ was not much lower than that of humans. Even if the vast sea had never been conquered by humans, they still knew what the Island Master Pavilion of Middle Island represented. There was no wind and no waves along the way. After only 2 days and nights, with the extraordinary speed of the flying spirit beast, the Will of Heaven, Lin Yi returned to the familiar North Island area. Watching the flying spirit beast leave, Lin Yi had just returned to the welcome pavilion. Before he had time to say a few words to senior brother Ku Bai and the others, a big event happened. Su Zhaohe and Niu Chang came to the door. It was rumored that Su Zhaohe's apprentice to Shanghai Tianhua was a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Su Zhaohe's status in the 3 pavilions of the North Island was like the sun at noon. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a large number of new disciples in the welcome pavilion. "You're Lin Yi? After hiding like a tortoise for so long, you're finally willing to come back. It just so happens that I want to challenge you to a battle in front of everyone. Do you dare to accept?" Su Zhaohe said in a clear voice with a disdainful expression. Lin Yi didn't know that he was also wanted on the wanted list in the North Island. When he suddenly encountered such a thing, he was totally confused. Looking at this man's broad face, he had his own aura and seemed to be a big shot. Who are you? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown and ask casually. Holy shit. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Nowadays, who in the 3 pavilions of the North Island did not know Su Zhaohe? Did this guy really not know her, or was he pretending not to know her? The group of new disciples in the Welcome Pavilion could not help but look at each other. This guy had disappeared for so long. They didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he would habitually show off again. Everyone was just watching the show, but Su Zhaohe's face was flushed at the moment. During this period, he had long been used to being surrounded by stars. When had he ever been looked down upon like this in front of him? Moreover, the other party was just a disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, he would not even bother to look at him. I am Su Zhaohe of Rising Sky Pavilion. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhaohe replied with a stiff expression and gritted teeth. Su Zhaohe? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this guy suddenly come to him? Then he said, I don't think I've seen you before. Why did you challenge me? Humph, you haven't seen me before, but you've seen my cousin Su Zhaohe, right? Lin Yi? Oh no, or should I call you Ling Yi? Su Zhaohe sneered and stared at him. When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately understood. However, at the same time, he was surprised. When he killed Su Zhaohe, he did look like Wu Fuling. However, it happened in a place like Hucai Tianwu Mountain, where no one went. How did it get exposed? At that time, other than Su Zhaohe and Shen Muzhuan who were already dead, there were only Huang Xiaotao and Song Jima left. However, Lin Yi's eyes had always been very accurate. He believed that the two of them would not betray him. Could it be that intermediate golden elixir stage expert? Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. Although that guy did not see the whole process, after thinking about it, it was very likely that he had provided the clue. However, as for the identity of this person, Lin Yi had no way of knowing. He could only wait for the next time they met again. Only then would he have the opportunity to take revenge for what happened last time. He only has himself to blame. In a place like Hucai Tianwu Mountain, since he wanted to rob people's things, he naturally had to be prepared to die. Lin Yi replied indifferently. The fact that he was Wu Fuling Yi could be found out as long as he went to Middle Island to investigate. There was no way to deny it. Moreover, he had never thought of denying it. Only has himself to blame? Look at you, you seem to be very proud of yourself. Now that my cousin is a dead man, whether it is right or wrong, your words have the final say. There is no way to prove it. Su Zhaohe stared coldly at Lin Yi and said, Since you are talking to me about being prepared, then I will also talk to you about being prepared to die. Since you have the guts to kill people, you naturally have to be prepared to die. What do you say? So, you're determined to kill me? Lin Yi said indifferently. He turned his head and glanced around. At this time, the scene of hostility had attracted more and more onlookers. Even Lin Yi saw the figure of Shanghai Laner in the distance. She was also rushing over here. What? Are you afraid? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Su Zhaohe saw this and immediately laughed contemptuously. He said disdainfully and mockingly, You are a disciple of the Welcome Pavilion. It doesn't matter if you refuse. It is nothing more than a loss of face. In the end, you can still keep your worthless life. That's good, it saves me the reputation of bullying newcomers. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, the surrounding people were already pointing at him. Although in terms of reputation and strength, they were not on the same level, Lin Yi was also a famous newcomer king in the Welcome Pavilion. If he admitted defeat in front of him, his reputation would be completely ruined. This time Lin Yi is finished. Senior brother Su Zhaohe is the strongest expert in the foundation establishment stage. I heard that he can even fight against a golden core stage expert. Yeah, I heard that Lin Yi is a pretentious person. I just don't know if he will be hot-headed and die. The people nearby suddenly began to discuss. However, Lin Yi never cared about these things. He squinted his eyes and looked at Su Zhaohe. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a playful smile. Hee, foundation establishment stage? With his current strength, if he really wanted to kill this powerful Su Zhaohe, it would be absolutely easy and pleasant. The only thing he needed to worry about was how to deal with the aftermath after he killed the other party. Alright, since you have such a strong request, then I will reluctantly fulfill your wish. Lin Yi immediately nodded. Anyway, there were so many people watching. Since it was the other party who took the initiative to challenge a newcomer like him, it was the other party who was in the wrong. Even if he was killed, it should not be Lin Yi's fault. R1152. Chapter 4164. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that Lin Yi would be Su Zhaohe's opponent. Moreover, as a newcomer, it wasn't too shameful for him to refuse the challenge. They didn't expect this guy to agree. Asking Su Zhaohe, the strongest foundation establishment expert, to fight in the arena was clearly courting death. Lin Yi, the pretentious leader, had never died before. Very well, in 5 days I'll see you in the North Island arena. Su Zhaohe was overjoyed. In fact, what he was most afraid of this time was that Lin Yi would refuse. If that happened, his trip would be in vain. He didn't expect this guy to really agree. He was really reckless. The so-called North Island Arena was a place specially set up by the 3 pavilions of the North Island to prevent disciples from fighting privately. It was specially designed for people to fight and compare skills. The purpose was to let them speak with their strength and solve their conflicts fairly. In this way, to a certain extent, dirty tricks could be avoided, and the conflict could be turned into an open one and controlled within a controllable range. Only when both sides agreed could they make an appointment to fight. Once on the arena, no one could blame the other for life or death. If one felt that he was not strong enough, he could refuse in person. At most, it would be a loss of face, but at least his life wouldn't be in danger. As you wish, Lin Yi said with a light smile. Then you're waiting to die. Su Zhaohe looked at Lin Yi's indifferent and pretentious look and couldn't help but feel disgusted. In his opinion, only a strong person like him could really stay calm in the face of danger. As for trash like Lin Yi, he only knew how to pretend. Pretend my ass. Su Zhaohe left with Niu Chang and the others, and the attracted onlookers, after pointing at Lin Yi and discussing, also dispersed, leaving only Lin Yi and his people. Junior brother Lin, Su Zhaohe is recognized as the strongest foundation establishment disciple in our 3 pavilions. I heard that he can even fight with masters in the gold core stage. This is really not a joke. How could you agree? After not seeing each other for a long time, the bitter senior brother didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with Lin Yi and asked worriedly. Boss, that Su Zhaohe has quite the reputation. For him to have such a great reputation, his strength is certainly not weak. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Shangguan wouldn't have taken a fancy to him. This battle will be quite dangerous. Xiao Ran was also feeling somewhat worried. As for Qiao Hongkai, he had always idolized Lin Yi the most, but he didn't say anything this time. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Li Jingming. His eyes were also filled with worry. In the face of everyone's worries and complaints, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. After staying in Zhongdao for more than a month, he felt a little strange when he returned to the 3 pavilions of North Island. But now, he instantly found the feeling of home. Hee, we've known each other for so long. When have you ever seen me do something I'm not confident in? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Yi comforted them with a smile. The bitter senior brothers still wanted to say something, but they were interrupted by Laner, who suddenly came over. Junior brother, when did you come back? Why didn't you find me? Just now. I didn't have time to rest, and then I got involved in this. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly and held the small curly bear as usual. Then he asked, by the way, where's Ning Xuefei? Did she go back to West Island? She's the little princess of West Island. She can't come out to play for too long. She went back more than half a month ago. Laner stuck out her tongue, then paused and said nervously, Junior brother, do you really decide to fight with that guy? Yes, Since I've accepted the challenge in person, I naturally have to fight in this arena. I can't break my promise and stand him up in front of so many people. Lin Yi smiled faintly. But my grandfather once said that the guy is one of the best among the disciples of the three pavilions in terms of strength and potential. He's not simple. Laner had always been carefree, but this time she worried about Lin Yi, which was rare. Even Pavilion Master Shangguan said so. Then I should have a good fight with him. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Given Shangguan Tianhua's experience, someone who could receive such an evaluation from him couldn't possibly be some ordinary person with no power but fame. Oh, this is not a martial arts competition, but a life and death battle. If you're not careful, you'll really die. Junior brother, why are you still so careless? Laner stomped her feet in exasperation. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it, I'll go talk to grandfather about this." With that, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Shanghai Laner directly turned and left. She did not even care about the little curly bear and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Returning to Hualan residence, Shanghai Laner went straight to the study. Seeing Shanghai Tianhua practicing calligraphy, she immediately rolled up her sleeves and took the initiative to help him grind. "Say it, what's the matter?" Shanghai Tianhua smiled without raising his head. The little girl took the initiative to help him grind. It was a rare opportunity for him to enjoy it once a year. Since she was so attentive for no reason, she must have a request. "Hee, grandfather, are you going to accept a disciple recently? Is he called Su Zhaohe or something?" Shanghai Laner giggled. She had never paid much attention to the outside world, but recently, the rumors of Su Zhaohe becoming a disciple had become more and more intense. It was difficult for her not to hear about it. "Oh, even little Lan, you've heard the rumors outside?" Shanghai Tianhua was a little surprised. He then said non-committally, "It's just a rumor. I don't admit it, but I don't deny it either." "What is this?" Grandpa is playing with words again, cloudy and misty. Shanghai Laner pouted and said directly, "That person called Su Zhaohe just went to the welcome pavilion to challenge little junior brother. Grandfather, don't you think you should do something about it?" Lin? Shanghai Tianhua stopped writing and raised his head in surprise. Su Zhaohe went to challenge Lin? Did Lin agree? I don't know what little junior brother was thinking, but he actually agreed. Shanghai Laner curled her lips helplessly. Hee, this little guy is a little interesting. Shanghai Tianhua immediately laughed. It's interesting. Su Zhaohe is simply bullying the weak. He's really shameless. Grandfather should have given him a good scolding, then made him apologize to junior brother and cancel the challenge. Shangguan Lan, said angrily. That won't do. The challenge is between the two of them. Others can't intervene. Even if I'm the pavilion master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the North Island Master Pavilion Elder, I can't take the lead to break this rule. Since Lin Yi has agreed to the challenge, then he should prepare well. Shanghai Tianhua shook his head and said slowly, How can this be? Grandfather, don't you think this kind of challenge is not fair at all? Shanghai Laner said angrily after listening. Chapter 4165. Little Lan, the three pavilions of the North Island set the rules for the duel to be fair. If you think it's unfair, you can refuse. Since Lin Yi dared to nod and agree, then this duel is fair to him. Even if he loses, even if he pays with his life, he can't use this as an excuse for failure, Shanghai Tianhua said slowly. I don't care about this. Su Zhaohe bullied little junior brother. That's wrong. Grandpa, you're bad. You must have a way, you just don't want to help me. Shanghai Laner stomped her feet, turned around, and left angrily. Looking at Shanghai Laner's back as she left, Shanghai Tianhua stroked his beard helplessly. If he really wanted to stop this duel, he could just say something casually. The reason why he didn't agree to Shanghai Laner's request was not because he didn't want to break the rules, but because he wanted to take the opportunity to see Lin Yi's potential. Su Zhaohe was a good whetstone for Lin Yi at this stage. If Lin Yi didn't even have this confidence and rashly accepted the duel, then he wasn't worthy of little Lan. In the Chamber of Commerce tea house in the North Island, Nantian Gate, and Kong Ming gathered together to welcome Si Haishao, who had just returned from Middle Island. In terms of seniority, the Nantian brothers sat at the top of the table closest to Si Haishao, followed by Murong Zhen and Zhong Pingliang. As for Kang Xiaoming, he could only sit at the very end. He was almost pushed to the door. It couldn't be helped. No matter how much Su Lingchong valued him, it was all in the past. This was Si Haixiao's circle. Everything revolved around Si Haixiao. He, Kang Xiaoming, hadn't made any contributions in Si Haixiao's eyes. Oh, by the way, Kang Mingming, I heard that you are the last disciple of Xianxia? Si Haixiao noticed Kang Ming's unnatural expression and suddenly thought of ancestor Xianxia of Middle Island. That's right. Manager Si, how did you know? Kang Mingming was stunned. Although the matters of the mortal world were not secrets, and there was nothing that could not be seen. Pin Liang, who was present at the scene, knew all about it, but the kid wouldn't be so talkative as to secretly report this to Si Haixiao, would he? It was completely worthless. So it really is such a coincidence. To tell you the truth, your master, Xianxia, is currently on the Middle Island. Furthermore, he has joined the center with my old friend, Nentian. He's on the same side. He even asked me to take care of you before he came back, Si Haixiao said with a smile. Master is on Middle Island? He even joined the center? That's great. Kang Xiaoming was overjoyed. To be honest, with his selfish nature, normally he would not care about how the ancestor of the Xianxia world was doing. However, when he suddenly heard about the ancestor of the Xianxia world's whereabouts, he was delighted. There was no other reason. Since the ancestor of the Xianxia world could follow a big shot like Nantian Aurora, it meant that he should be doing well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to ask Si Haixiao. For Kang Mingming, this was the sign of him finding a new backer. Although Si Haixiao didn't say anything more for the time being, his attitude now made Kang Mingming feel different. But it was already enough to make Xiaoming feel different. Even if his seat didn't change, Xiaoming's back was much straighter, and he had more confidence. At least when he looked at Murong Zhen and Pinliang, he was no longer as inferior as before. A while ago on Middle Island, your master, my old friend, Nentian, and a few others. We planned to have the Snow Sword faction deal with Lin. We were about to succeed, but we didn't expect to fail at the last moment. It's such a pity just thinking about it. Si Haixiao sighed, but then he became spirited again and said, luckily, Lin asked for it himself and made countless enemies. I thought no one could deal with him, but I didn't expect Su Zhaohe to be waiting for him when he came back. With Su Zhaohe's strength, the arranged battle in 5 days will be Lin Yi's death. He brought this upon himself. I've sparred with Su Zhaohe once. This person is indeed unfathomable. No one in the foundation establishment stage is his match. Lin Yi has really kicked an iron plate this time. Nan Tianmen nodded in agreement. He had occupied the position of the first senior brother in charge of the Soaring Sky Pavilion for several years, so he was well aware of the strength of the disciples of the Soaring Sky Pavilion. He was the one who had the most right to speak about Su Zhaohe's strength. However, Lin Yi has always been strange. I think we should find a chance to warn Su Zhaohe. This time, it's Lin Yi who asked for it himself. It's a heaven-sent chance to kill him fair and square. Don't fail miserably, Kang Mingming reminded. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have the right to say this, and no one would take it to heart. However, this time, Si Haixiao nodded. That's right. That kid does have some skills. In less than a month, he was able to gain a firm foothold in Middle Island, which is filled with experts, and make a name for himself. He's definitely not someone that can be underestimated. If Su Zhaohe underestimates him and doesn't put him in his eyes, there might really be a possibility of him failing miserably. Si Haixiao agreed. Since Si Haixiao had already said so, even if Nan Tianba and Southern Sky Gate didn't agree, they wouldn't say anything against it. They immediately went to find Su Zhaohe. Regarding the sudden visit of Si Haixiao and his group, even Su Zhaohe, who claimed to be a prospective disciple of Shanghai Tianhua, took the initiative to greet them. After all, among them were Si Haixiao, the manager of the North Island of the Chamber of Commerce, and Nan Tianba and Southern Sky Gate. For any disciple of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, their status was not light. Why have you come to find me? Su Zhaohe looked around at the crowd and slowly asked. 5 days from now, it will be the day of the battle between you and Lin Yi. We have come here specifically to warn you. Don't underestimate that kid just because he's a newcomer. Si Haishao sternly said. In one move, he killed Nen Tianyong, who was at the peak of the late Foundation establishment realm. Not long ago, he heavily injured a core disciple of the Snow Sword sect, Wei Xinjin, whose strength was at the early gold core stage. Although it was a sneak attack, you still can't let your guard down. Thank you for the reminder. However, even if you didn't advise me, I still wouldn't underestimate my opponent. Su Zhaohe smiled and lightly asked, That's right, that Lin Yi, I've heard rumors about him before. He's the #1 newcomer of your welcoming pavilion. I heard that you guys even gave him a nickname, Pretentious Leader? Chapter 4166. It doesn't matter. As long as you have the strength, it doesn't matter if you show off. Otherwise, you would be a real idiot. Do you know that when I was in the welcoming pavilion, I was also recognized as the #1 newcomer? Some people even called me the Pretentious Leader. As for seriously injuring an early-stage Golden Core Master, I did it too, but he did it from the back while I faced him head-on. Su Zhaohe's words revealed an unconcealable pride. To be honest, he hadn't been in the soaring pavilion for a long time, and his experience was still shallow. It was precisely because of these outstanding achievements that he was crowned as a genius and received the attention of a top boss like Shanghai Tianhua. These were all the reasons he was proud of. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Si Haishao, the outsider, Kong Mingming, Murongjin, and Zhong Pingliang were not elders of the 3 great pavilions. Naturally, they didn't know these old stories. Only the Nantian brothers, Nantian Ba and Nantian Gate, knew something about it. However, although he was shocked, Zhong Pingliang still didn't think much of it. Looking at Su Zhaohe's arrogant face, as if Boss Lin Yi was nothing compared to him, he didn't know that this was just a lie. Even if you, Su Zhaohe, really did beat up an early-stage Golden Core Master, that was after you joined the Soaring Pavilion, right? Boss Lin was still a newbie who hadn't been promoted yet. How could you compare? If his strength had already reached such an astonishing level when he was still in the welcoming pavilion, able to challenge an expert in the beginning stage of the Golden Elixir realm, then Shangguan Tianhua would probably have rushed to take him in. Why would he wait until now? And you still don't know, right? Haha, actually. I have successfully formed my Golden Core and am an early-stage Golden Core Master. Su Zhaohe laughed proudly. I have been hiding my strength and didn't reveal it to the public. I wanted to find a chance to show my strength and become a disciple of Pavilion Master Shangguan. That's great. Then the situation is really set this time. We've been worrying too much. Si Haishao and the others' eyes lit up, while Pingliang's expression changed. Things weren't looking good. From everyone's point of view, if Su Zhaohe was only at the Foundation establishment great perfection, then with Lin Yi's devilishness, there might really be a possibility of failure. However, Su Zhaohe was now an early-stage Golden Core expert. No matter how heaven-defying Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. What kind of person was Su Zhaohe? He was someone who could enter the eyes of Shanghai Tianhua. He was a genius disciple who could challenge those of a higher level than him. How could an ordinary expert of the same level compare to him? Lin Yi had really kicked an iron plate this time. He had set himself up to be a stepping stone for others to acknowledge him as his master. He really couldn't stop himself from courting death. Si Haishao and the others immediately dispersed happily. On the other side, Shanghai Laner came out of Hualan residence with a gloomy expression and found the welcoming pavilion. Chapter 4167. What's the matter? Meng Tong looked at them coldly. Maybe it was a psychological effect, or maybe it was the truth, but his temperament had become even weirder than before. If the feeling he gave people before was that he was reborn, then after such a long time, it was as if his personality had started to change. Zhong Pingliang couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. He mumbled to himself. He heard from Su Lingchong a long time ago that this guy ate the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill. Could it be that the Meridian Heart-Shattering Pill was really that terrifying? It could actually make such an unsophisticated idiot become so twisted, sending chills down one's spine? Not only him, But Kang Mingming and Murongzhen couldn't help but look at each other. Right now, they couldn't see through Meng Tong's strength at all. They only felt that this guy was unfathomable and extremely dangerous. It's nothing, actually. You should have heard the news that Lin Yi is going to fight Su Zhaohe, right? Kang Mingming calmed himself down. So what? Meng Tong's expression didn't change at all. The opponent is Su Zhaohe. Don't you think that Lin Yi is dead for sure this time? Kang Mingming said excitedly, we just got some insider news. Su Zhaohe's strength isn't what everyone thinks it is, but the early stage of Golden Core. This time, Lin Yi won't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. What? Early stage of Golden Core? Meng Tong's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. No one could tell what he was thinking. So, this time Lin Yi is dead for sure. At that time, the group of people gathered under him will definitely scatter. We have to prepare early and take over his fence-sitters. When there are people under him, we can be more confident in the future, Kang Mingming suggested with his eyes shining. That's right. This is the best chance to win people's hearts. Although they still have people like Ku Bai, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongkai on their side, Lin is their backbone. Once he dies, people's hearts will definitely waver. This is a rare opportunity. Otherwise, if we wait until Ku Bai calms them down, it won't be easy for us to poach them, Murongzhen agreed. If you want to poach me, go ahead. I'm not interested. Meng Tong was still expressionless. He had experienced so many setbacks and tribulations. In particular, he was tortured by the Meridian heart-shattering pill twice a day. His level was no longer something that Kang Mingming could compare with. Only people like Kang Mingming would never forget about those fence-sitters, treating them as tools to achieve their ambitions. But now, Meng Tong didn't care about them at all. Kang Mingming froze. The reason why he invited Meng Tong was because of his influence among the Blue Cloud Pavilion's newcomers. Even if Lin Yi always stepped on him, he should still be a threat to the normal Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. But to the average Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, it should still have some degree of deterrence. But in the end, this guy actually said he wasn't interested? If this was in the past, Kang Mingming would have scolded him a long time ago. But now, he couldn't see through Meng Tong at all. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only hold it in for the time being. Why don't I give it a try? Pin Liang was the one who volunteered. I can try to get Li Jingming on our side. If I can get him to join us, I'll be able to get him to join us. I'm sure it'll be a great help to the other Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers. That's true, but that Li Jingming is different from the other newcomers. He's a determined person. He's not that easy to convince. I've talked to him a few times already, but nothing worked. Murongzhen said bitterly. She had always been confident in her honey trap, but it didn't work on Lin Yi or Li Jingming. It was a huge blow to her. If it weren't for Si Hai Xiao, she would have suspected that she'd become an old woman. That's probably because he's too wary of you. Since Pin Liang volunteered, why don't you give it a try? Who knows, there might be unexpected results. Kang Mingming nodded. But you don't have to rush to rope him in. You just need to get close to him and give him a hint. He's a smart man. I'm sure he'll know what to do when Lin Yi dies. I understand. Pin Liang smiled to himself and left the room. Volunteering to turn Li Jingming against him was, of course, just an excuse. The real purpose was to inform Lin Yi of Su Zhaohe's identity. Su Zhaohe was an early-stage Golden Core practitioner, and this was a huge hidden danger. If Lin Yi didn't know about this and started a war, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. At this critical moment, Lin Yi was the focus of all three pavilions. His every move was being watched. If Pin Liang wanted to inform him, he had to use this roundabout method. What are you doing here? Li Jingming was surprised that Pin Liang would come knocking on his door. He didn't know that Pin Liang was like him, a spy planted by Lin. No way. Bro Li is a smart man. Can't you guess why I'm here? Pin Liang smiled. There's no point in talking. Please go back. Li Jingming's face darkened. He didn't mind going back to being a spy, but only if Lin Yi said so. Otherwise, he didn't want to have anything to do with these people. Instead of wasting time with them, he'd rather use it to train. Don't worry, Li bro, you know about the fight between Lin Yi and Su Zhaohe, right? If you think that your boss can win this time, I'll give you a secret so you can give up. Zhong Pingliang said mysteriously. What is it? Li Jingming glanced at him. Su Zhaohe isn't a complete foundation establishment like you think he is. He's a real early-phase golden core master. Isn't this news shocking? Pinliang smiled mysteriously. He didn't wait for Li Jingming's reply and left. Early-phase golden core master. Li Jingming's heart skipped a beat. His admiration for Lin Yi was no less than anyone else's, but Lin Yi was still a newbie. Even facing Su Zhaohe, who was at the peak of foundation establishment, was already very difficult. If the opponent was really at the early stage of golden core, how could he fight? But this Zhong Pingliang had never interacted with him before. Was he really just trying to convince him to surrender with this explosive piece of insider news? This kind of news should be top secret. It didn't make sense for him to know so easily. Was this person that simple? Although he was confused, Li Jingming went to find Lin Yi and told him the news. Chapter 4168. If what Zhong Pingliang said is true, boss, you really have to think about it carefully this time. A man knows when to yield and when not to. Boss, you're still a newcomer anyway. Li Jingming said hesitantly, implying that Lin Yi should take the initiative to admit defeat. In his opinion, Lin Yi had no chance of winning against Su Zhaohe, who was in the early phase of the golden core stage. It would be too stupid to fight to the end knowing that he was going to die. It's okay, I already know this. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This was not a boast, but a fact. The strength that Su Zhaohe had shown on the surface was only at the level of foundation completion, and Lin Yi had been tricked at first glance. But even if Su Zhaohe could fool everyone's eyes, he wouldn't be able to fool his golden finger. After coming to Heavenly Island, although there was no way to directly see the strength of a higher level, he could easily see through opponents of the same level or lower level. There was no possibility of getting away with it. You know that the opponent is in the early phase of the golden core stage, boss, you still. Li Jingming was stunned. He could see that Lin Yi wasn't trying to look impressive, but seemed to have the confidence to deal with it calmly. But, a newcomer of the Welcome Pavilion against a master in the early phase of the golden core stage, and the opponent was a famous genius. Was this possible? You'll know when the time comes. Lin Yi smiled and patted Li Jingming's shoulder. Then he was slightly stunned as he noticed a slim figure coming from not far away, and it looked very familiar. Are you Lin Yi? The person was wearing a veil, and the voice was very familiar. It was Huang Xiaotao, who went to Mount Tianwu with him. Captain Xiaotao? Lin Yi was stunned. He never thought that Huang Xiaotao would come to find him. But thinking about it, his identity as Wufu Ling Yi was already known, so it wasn't strange for Huang Xiaotao to know about it. Senior, you really are Senior Ling Yi. That's great. Huang Xiaotao was instantly overjoyed, and she hurriedly walked quickly to stand before Lin Yi, unable to conceal her happiness. From the side, Li Jingming looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Judging from Huang Xiaotao's current attire, she should be an official disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion without a doubt. On the other hand, although his boss Lin Yi was powerful, he was only a newcomer. Yet he was being addressed as senior. No matter how he looked at it, this scene was strange. Boss, I'll go back first. Li Jingming had a strange expression on his face. Immediately, he tactfully left. Don't call me senior. It sounds awkward. Just call me Lin. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Okay, then forgive me for being so bold, Lin. Huang Xiaotao was also stunned, and then she said with some embarrassment. Previously, in her impression, Ling Yi was an extremely tyrannical existence that she could only look up to. She did not expect him to be a newcomer in the welcoming pavilion, and even a junior brother of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. When she first heard the news, she didn't believe it. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she finally accepted the reality. You came this time. What's the matter? Linus. It's actually nothing much. I just want to thank Senior. Oh no, Lin Yi for saving my life. I also want to apologize to you, Huang Xiaotao said softly with her head lowered. Sorry? Where did this come from? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. If you hadn't stood up for us back then, we wouldn't have been able to escape. You wouldn't have provoked Su Zhaohe, and you wouldn't have fallen into this situation. It's all because of me," Huang Xiaotao said sadly. Back then, Ling Yi had indeed displayed great strength. However, in Huang Xiaotao's heart, Su Zhaohe had always been a shadow that she couldn't get rid of. She couldn't help but worry that Lin Yi might not be Su Zhaohe's opponent. If that happened, it would be equivalent to her harming Lin Yi, and she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. "Actually, you're thinking too much. Even if this didn't happen, I still wanted to kill Su Zhaohe." However, Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Captain Xiaotao, when I heard about your experience, I already wanted to kill this person. How can a scum like him live in this world? I was just worried that I wouldn't have a chance to kill him. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to challenge me. Isn't this perfect?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaotao was a little surprised. She wanted to say something but then hesitated. "You actually want to take revenge for me?" As Huang Xiaotao said this, she lowered her head. Her fingers were clenched together, and she didn't know what to do. After being injured, her usually cautious and fragile heart actually trembled at this moment, as if it had been touched by something. Thinking back when they were at Hucai Tianwu Mountain, Lin Yi killed Su Zhaohu and the others in order to protect them. After that, in order to protect them, he fought with a mysterious expert. From the aura she felt from afar, that person should be an expert of the Golden Core stage. And now, he actually wanted to take the initiative to stand up for her and take revenge on Su Zhaohe. For no reason, they didn't have any contact, so why was he so good to her? Could it be that he likes me? This thought suddenly appeared, and it couldn't be stopped. In an instant, it occupied her entire mind, and it gave Huang Xiaotao a shock. She had always been very simple. Before she was injured, she had always been cultivating. After that, she was even more focused on accumulating spiritual jades to restore her appearance. She had never seriously thought about the matters of men and women, and she had always felt that love was very far away from her. Especially after she was disfigured, she felt that she could only live alone from now on. But she didn't expect that she would suddenly get to know Lin Yi. Although they had only met once before and didn't have much interaction, it was undeniable that Lin Yi had left a very unique first impression in her heart, and it made her curious. When a woman started to have curiosity about a man, then she wouldn't be far from falling for him. Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. This feeling of being protected and protected by a man was really good and warm. Did he really like me? Did I like him too? What's wrong with you? Lin Yi saw that Huang Xiaotao lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing. Huang Xiaotao's heart skipped a beat, as if someone had seen through her little thoughts. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil, otherwise Lin Yi would have seen her blushing awkwardness and embarrassment. Oh, that's good. Lin Yi looked at her strangely and shrugged. But I'm already disfigured. You don't have to be so good to me. I'm not worth it. Huang Xiaotao suddenly thought of her current situation, and her expression became downcast. Her voice trembled as she said sadly. Chapter 4169. What? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. Huang Xiaotao might have thought wrongly. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. Lin Yi wanted to explain immediately. However, even through the veil, he could feel Huang Xiaotao's shyness, inferiority, and happiness at the same time. He couldn't help but hesitate. No matter how beautiful Huang Xiaotao was in the past, after she was disfigured, perhaps no man would have any thoughts about her. Since he suddenly treated her so well, it wasn't strange for her to misunderstand that he was interested in her. However, if he directly told the truth, would it hurt her heart? Although he didn't have much contact with Huang Xiaotao, and he didn't have any thoughts about her at the moment, for this pitiful but strong and kind girl, any man would probably feel pity and never have the heart to hurt her. Even if he was misunderstood, Lin Yi still couldn't bear to break Huang Xiaotao's beautiful thoughts at the moment. If he said it out, she might pretend not to care, but she would definitely be sad and embarrassed in her heart. She had already been disfigured by that scumbag Su Zhaohe. Lin Yi didn't want her to feel inferior again. Huang Xiaotao might not care about this, But if she was hurt because of him, or even opened up the scar, what difference was there between him and that scumbag Su Zhaohe? Actually, Lin Yi thought about it and said in a very tactful way, I still have a few close female confidants. Well, I heard you have a good relationship with Laner? Huang Xiaotao still lowered her head and said in a low voice, so, I can't compare with her. When I see her, I feel inferior. Lin Yi was stunned again. He didn't expect Huang Xiaotao to pay so much attention to him. She should have known that he was Wu Fu Ling Yi not long ago, but she already knew this. However, listening to Huang Xiaotao's tone, she didn't seem to care about whether he had a close female confidant or not. However, Heaven Stage Island had always maintained its ancient customs. Polygamy and the like had always been very common. As a native, it seemed quite normal that Huang Xiaotao didn't resist it. What made Lin Yi helpless was that the other party's answer was obviously irrelevant. She didn't seem to understand the main point of this matter at all. Instead, she changed the topic to Shangguan Lena. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh again. A woman's mind was really hard to guess. Forget it, let me see your face, Lin Yi said. Although he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he could still see that Huang Xiaotao's appearance was the biggest knot in her heart. If he didn't help her solve it, she would still feel inferior in the end. Especially when she saw a beauty like Shangguan Laner, it would touch her fragile nerves and remind her of herself, who was once equally beautiful. But if it recovers, then Huang Xiaotao would naturally regain her confidence. At that time, she would once again be the center of attention and wouldn't care whether Lin Yi liked her or not. Don't look. Huang Xiaotao was shocked. She covered her veil and subconsciously took a step back. She didn't have the domineering and resolute attitude of the trial team leader when she was at Mount Tianwu. Instead, she became more and more bashful. Don't be afraid, I'll just look. Lin Yi comforted her. Don't. Huang Xiaotao shook her head repeatedly. She didn't want anyone to see her ugly appearance, let alone a man like Lin Yi who left a good impression on her. She didn't want her image to appear in Lin Yi's heart. Even the slightest flaw was something all women had in common. However, Lin Yi didn't give her a chance to refuse. He took a step forward while she was unprepared and pulled off her veil. Then, he saw the horrifying scar that covered almost half of her face like a centipede and smiled. Seeing Lin Yi smile, Huang Xiaotao was instantly filled with sorrow. Her eyes turned red, and she started crying. You really laughed at me. I knew it. After you saw my appearance, you wouldn't like me anymore. I really thought too highly of myself. Huang Xiaotao sobbed sorrowfully. Hearing this, Lin Yi was even more stunned and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that Huang Xiaotao was really too fragile and sensitive when it came to this matter. No matter what happened, she would unconsciously think in the direction of inferiority. This had already become a knot in her heart. You're really thinking too much. I won't laugh at you, I definitely won't. Lin Yi promised with a straight face. He then paused and said, wait for me for a moment. Really? Huang Xiaotao blinked her tear-stained eyes. She covered her face tightly with her hands, not letting Lin Yi see it. It was a pity that the centipede-like scar was useless no matter how hard she tried to cover it. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. He rummaged through the space in the jade pendant and finally found a bottle of special edition injury medicine. This was a premium edition injury medicine that House Yu had gotten from the Common World's auction. Wu Chentian had packed it all up and stuffed it into Lin Yi's sky-class island. He thought that he wouldn't need it anymore, but he didn't think that it would actually come in handy. This medicine had miraculous effects on old wounds. Most importantly, it could remove scars. Of course, with Lin Yi's strength, he could actually recover Huang Xiaotao's appearance with the art of dragon mastery alone even without this medicine. However, that would require her to be disfigured again in order to recover. That was because this was an old injury that she had suffered many years ago, and it had long since recovered. It was just an ugly and horrifying scar that was left behind. If she directly healed it like this, it would be impossible to heal the injury. If she were to forcefully disfigure her face again in order to recover her appearance, it would be very painful. Huang Xiaotao might not mind doing it herself, but since there was a better way, Lin Yi naturally didn't want her to suffer this pain. It's fine. It'll be fine soon. Lin Yi said as he personally applied the medicine on Huang Xiaodao's face. The feeling of skin-to-skin contact made Huang Xiaodao shocked, and embarrassed. She immediately froze and didn't dare to move. Feeling Lin Yi's warm breath so close to her and looking at Lin Yi's focused expression, Huang Xiaotao knew that he didn't have any other intentions, but her heart still couldn't help but beat wildly. Her mind went wild again, and she couldn't help but fantasize how great it would be if time could stop at this moment.